Orbit, the video game, not in a rocket ship. Yeah, dopamine release game. Exactly. I mean, Black was just Crash Mode, but a shooter. And if you don't know what Crash Mode is, then you didn't have a childhood, and I'm sorry. All right. Let me just get this rolling. Let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? Hey, Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, because we're also streaming on YouTube, pop over to the YouTube stream and leave a like on it. I'll give you a link in a second. YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream if you're watching on the YouTube stream. There's 41 of you watching and 11 likes, which means there's at least 30 likes missing from the potential like count. Let's hope that my web browser doesn't crash. And Firefox and YouTube don't get along right now. It sucks. We fixed the moods for the vampires yesterday, and today we're gonna start wars with everybody. Who should I attack first? It was an explosion waiting to happen. Yeah, I have to make a bunch more squads first, though. But that's what we're gonna do today. Didn't they cancel? No, KSP2 is like the studio got bought by Annapurna, I think. Like somebody, like I don't follow KSP closely, but as far as I know, KSP is now under the wing of either Annapurna or the people who formed out. It was something to do with Annapurna. The chat on YouTube never loads for you? That sucks. The chat on YouTube is like very inconsistent in whether or not it's functioning for me. So, this is my fortress. These are vampires. Narc is alive, allegedly, as a vampire. So is Merlin Buff, Dom, for Dominoc, Orc with Bow, Mortified the Penguin, and Stormwolf, as well as Whitcode, it's hard to read these red names, Asori, Mercury, Jacknarek, Amethyst, Richer, Red Fogel, Darius Carbon, Fallout Rain, Quendelf, Transplanter Sage, who else am I looking for? UGDPY, Liam 12ABC, Bone Dolphin, Guilty Judge, Anon 4, Zalvi. If you've heard your name called and you want to check in on your dwarf, let me know. 404, the Beetle Person, Nika Harper, a Devilish Potat, who I think is still the bear, yes. Edict, Sensi, Insane Killer, who's not dead yet, and I don't think is an insane killer. Mako Darkfire, Stillentus, Mixenfit, and Titan, as well as Mellorated, and Bobtron. And I think that's everybody. You require my dumbest dwarf. Well, I would give you a baby, but they all died. Dwarves don't age in Dwarf Fortress, so I will give you the youngest child, who's 17 years old and will be 17 forever. That's perfect. Do not mind the bodies on the ground. This is normal. Walsp, you think about it, lives an orderly life, organized and neat, to turn around after being caught in a snowstorm. What prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, often feels envious of others, and tends to think before acting, and has an active sense of humor and could be considered rude. Winks when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. But can't even remember the last time she had some. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty. We did just fight with a Titan, which we killed, by the way. Which is why we had a 0-year-old baby for 6 years. How long have I had this save for? Since the year 200 or 303. I've been playing this save now. I think this is the 14th stream of it. Something like that. A little backstory on this fort. TLDR on this fort. I founded this fort over here, Winterhearth. It was a little fortress that was a forge for adventurers. I then ran some adventurers down to Winterhearth after that fortress almost fell to were-creatures, and took the gear for adventurers, and then went on some adventures and killed a bunch of things. Then I took those adventurers here, and which is underneath this cave, because the cave sprite decided to usurp my fortress sprite. I swear my fort's right here underneath this cave, okay? Then I founded this fort on a volcano with those adventurers, and I intentionally reclaimed this fortress twice so that the volcano started erupting. Right here. The initial plan for this fortress was to build a fortress around... okay, this needs to be reactivated, goddamn. The initial plan for this fortress was to build a fortress around... why do you keep getting shut down? I don't understand. Anyway, the original plan for this fortress was to build a fortress around magical items, but assigning them to military doesn't seem to do anything. So we just kind of started putzing around with this fortress and having fun, and then I got a vampire, and then I got a second vampire, and then I found the first vampire, and then we, oops, accidentally all vampires, and now we're a vampire army. Did I try asking the Titans to cease hostilities? It didn't seem super interested in talking, so we killed it. Also, Ilmirin was one of the most recent deaths. This was the Titan. It is no longer a Titan. It's been de-Titaned. It also wasn't a teen Titan. We also have a dwarf that's claimed a workshop. They seem to be making an artifact. As for the fortress itself, it is a big ol' mountain fortress under a glacier. I need to do something with the end of this so that it looks complete-ish. We've been messing around with volcanoes. I've got a lot of coffins, and do I have any gravestones I need to place? Let's see. Can't remember. Ah, I do. And the lower levels is just full of lava nonsense. Over here, I'm in the beginnings of building a big reservoir. Iron is dead, yes. Yes, iron is dead. This is the beginnings of a big reservoir, which is going to go up here, and then eventually up here, and then eventually up here, and then eventually up here. And the idea is, over here, well, maybe not quite over here. Over here is the underside of my library. This is the upside of my library. I want to slowly, and as you can see, I've sort of started this already, carve out above this and make a basin above that layer right there, and then turn that basin into a, how do I word this? Then turn that basin into a big lava reservoir. That's my plan. So basically, I'm going to make a giant bowl of lava. That's what I'm doing. And as far as wars go, currently I have 2 squads. This one is just kind of local defense because they are all religious figures. This is my main squad that I'm training up right now. I'm starting a second one whose leader just got murked, which is unfortunate, so we need to find a new leader for that. But I'm building new squads because I desperately need to rebuild because my military all died, because I kind of threw them into the fire a little bit. It wasn't their fault. They were all getting a little bit too sad, and that was getting a bit annoying. So rather than, you know, allowing it to continue being kind of annoying, I opted to just, you know, remove them from existence because it would just be easier that way. So we did. And it was the wise decision. Now I'm trading with the 2 different human factions. So there's humans, there's dwarves, there's goblins, and there's elves. Who do we start a war with, chat? I also would like to try and capture back one of the dwarven strongholds that was taken by the goblins, which is all the way back up by the main fortress. And Chad has been bugging me with the ideas of potentially maybe sort of cross your fingers. Very excited about concept of this. What if, you know, what if we went and found the secrets of life and death? So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It's possible. It's possible. Played it with Twitch integration. That'll do it. In regards to Noida. Noida is not a game I would trust chat with. Although, it is a good way to make excuses about being horrible at a video game. So, if you need to make excuses about why you're horrible at a video game, Silver Wheelbarrow, I'll take that. That's nice and heavy. Just make chat do it. And then when you die, well, chat killed me. I mean, I didn't do it. What are you talking about? I'm not terrible. Chat's terrible. Oh my god, the moods? Yeah, it's amazing what a couple mist generators will do. Although they all got turned off for some reason, and I'm not sure why. And now they don't seem to be turning back on. Also, Forgotten Beast has come. It's a huge skinless lizard. It has a short trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its fire. Excuse me? That is slightly terrifying. I think I'm going to lock it outside for a little bit. And also, I'm just going to go up to this. Oh, shit. Well, they reintroduced that crash. That's cool. They fixed that one. They unfixed it. I feel betrayed. It's okay. Renaming Wasp won't be difficult. If anybody's wondering what I did to cause that, having the animals tab open on a pit pond that's set to pond when you go to delete it. So Wasp was the youngest child. Let's see what we get for our Forgotten Beast this time, because it'll probably be different. Because I need all of these gone until the power's back on. But you are connected to this. Are you frozen somewhere? Stable foundation. Oh, I see the problem. It just doesn't have enough power. I get it. So this time we get a different Forgotten Beast, which is Styladenzor, which is a huge salamander with lidless eyes. It has 2 long straight tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its slate gray skin is sleek and smooth. Beware its poison sting. I'm just going to do a real quick save. Change the frame rate. Game speed is tied to frame rate. Can I show the vampire child's portrait again? Sure. It's one of the traits that they can have, and the traits are all pretty common. Is what's with the lidless eyes. What I really want to know is what's with the smeared out into a spiral. Because like when designing an image in Dwarf Fortress, smeared out into a spiral is one of the options. And it's like oddly grotesque compared to all the other options and is just kind of there. And Zach and Tarn have been asked about it a couple times. They're like, I don't know, that was a weird afternoon. It's literally the answer they've given about why that's an option. Evento, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. So this just needs more power than it has. Well, that's easy to fix. I don't need to actually make 4 of these. I only need to make 1, but I want a surplus, so. Okay. Where is this beastie? Okay. This one, I'm not too worried about fighting. The question is, can it get down? What was its name again? Oh yeah, I also need to trade. Ner. Let's get the militia down here. We're going out to collect webs. Let's get down and into the underground. With all the vampires, thankfully they don't sleep. They're never here long enough to sleep. So as long as they don't fall asleep, they're fine. It's when they fall asleep that they're in trouble. Let's see if the location... Okay, so it's unreachable. They can't get to it where it's currently at. So let's see if Nur can get to us. Because if it goes through the water, it can get to us. If it doesn't, well, good luck to it then. The thing is, the trees are all pretty dense. So the way Dwarf Fortress zooms in and out is it doesn't zoom in and out like a normal game. It changes the resolution of the pixels. So it will change your GPU usage when you do this. And if you're playing in 4K, it'll do that even more. I kind of recommend that you play it like in windowed mode if you're running into issues. But that's what's causing that. You know, I might just forget about this beast. It's in a location that I don't currently have access to, so we'll keep kind of a half eye on it. But okay, so you're disengaged. Let's pull you again. Logs are getting hooked up. And let's jump down into here and do the trading. Although there's no merchants trading because I just missed it. Well, that sucks. But yeah, because but to 100% seems a little bit nuts. I have a question, 2 questions. What GPU do you have, and what resolution are you playing Dwarf Fort at? 1080p dual monitor? Try playing it in windowed mode, see if it does the same thing. That seems a little odd. Like, mine certainly doesn't spike to 100%. I mean, it goes up by like 4%, 5%, but 100% seems a little nutty. I would actually report that. Let's see if there's anything you can get done about it. Does it only happen when you zoom in and out? And does it stay at 100%, or does it, like, get better with time? I guess is the question. Oopsies. Okay, so now you're disengaged. Re-engage you. Because once these get constructed, this should be done. Beautifully spikes making zooming out take what I feel for half a second to register. Are you playing on Windows? Or Linux? Okay, 840. We're up and running again. So now I can unpause these. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Those I'll need to micromanage into their new homes. But let's see where they are and how many there are. I didn't look at the population when they first arrived, so Windows 11. I wonder if Windows 11 is doing something fucky. Because Windows keeps, like, breaking performance of games by changing the way stuff works under the hood. Like, there was a problem with Civilization 5, where they changed how the launcher system works for Civ. And I need to remove all the vampires from here so that these two dwarves can go not die. And in changing how the launcher works, they also broke an executable. And the simple end of the story is, in order to fix it, you have to go manually launch it from the exe in the game install and not using their launch because their launcher's gone. And it reinstalls like a dependency into Windows, which just makes the game run again, but the game won't run if you just try and launch it through Steam. I presume you've upgraded your drivers, right? Chat, does anybody else notice big spikes while zooming? Was one a marshmallow? The little white things? Somebody post Wambler. That's a Wambler. Fluffy Wambler. They're a good biome critter. They only exist in good biomes. Need to fill up this well so that we can get vampire-defied. Also, I should do something with these. I mean, I've got a legendary siege operator. I was gonna make that into a siege operator's location, but then I didn't. There we go. We got one fountain back up and running. You're running. You're the last one I gotta do. Let's queue you up. You get some lag when zooming out and moving around. I'm on a 3070, not a TI version or anything, just a 3070. And I personally don't run into any of that, but it also like doesn't really surprise me. Kagus, the Forgotten Beast, has come. A huge hairy bee. Aw. It has a poison sting, that checks out. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its white hair is long and wavy. Beware its poison sting. That's literally just a bee. Or like a bumblebee. You've played this game for 200 hours and have never dug deep enough to find fun things? How deep have you dug? Have you found the caverns? Are vampires with whips still OP? Everything in Dwarf Fortress is OP. They don't need to have whips to be OP. Hammers are OP. YouTube chat. It's a really angry bee, yeah. Come here, honey. Oh no. Now it's a burning bee. Now it's a dead burning bee. Well, are you still rotting? Yep. Still rotting. Man, there's a lot of blood down here. Huh. Because this guy's just bleeding all the time because of his infections? The Forgotten Albino Bee, and will continue to be forgotten. How many kills do you have, actually? Literally one. Okay. Fine. Here, I was thinking it would have been more. Let's get rid of those. This one ain't working yet. Now it is. You're the last one that needs to be working. There was a blood splatter there for a second. Demonster, thanks for the raid once again. Chat, go give this individual a follow. They keep on raiding us. Gotta pay him back somehow. Hope your stream was good today. Appreciate you, mate. Pick up the dog from the vet. Go give that puppers pets. I'm sure they've deserved it. This place is looking a little messy. So the main project currently in this fort is the front door, which is this. Also, there's a ghost, apparently. Momas, the ghostly spearmaster, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Okay. But down in here, this is the main project. I need to fill this up with lava. It's one of the next things I gotta do. And I gotta finish doing this floor. And I would like to incorporate... I would like to incorporate ballista into this somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I might end up putting them down here and then shoot them diagonally in. I'm not entirely sure. But I need to finish the drainage system. Are you locked out? No, you're not. You have a way out. I need to finish this drainage system, which is pretty much done, actually. Should be able to drain much faster than before. And I need to fill this up with lava. Well, there you go, Demonster. So that's probably the next thing I'm going to do here is make sure that this fills up with lava. The way I'm going to make sure this fills up with lava is channeling down into this. But before I can do that, I need to double check that this lever is linked up to something, which it is. So I'm going to pull that. Now it's closed. Now I need to go channel through this. But Chad, it's Thursday. Today's my last stream of this week because I've got a bunch of stuff I've got to do this weekend. So I have a question. What's your plans for the weekend? You doing anything fun? I also need to check on that mechanics workshop. Wow. That dwarf is busy. 3 pieces of tetrahedrite, microcline, copper bars, fungi wood, rectangular tanzanite cabochons. Sounds like solid plan, Stone. Cooking for the VFW? What's the VFW? In my headcanon, it means the Victorious Film Ramblers. Also, what you cooking, Ice Blue? Are you a chef? Veterans of Foreign Wars. Ah, okay. I figured it would be something more important than what I presumed. Welp. Sorry, Dubar. That's a shame. It's okay. Their sacrifice was warranted. Now, I should be able to fill this up down here. All this stuff is active. This is also going to fill up very quickly. So I'm actually going to lower this down. Just to make sure all this is connected properly. Once those bridges drop, I will pause the game because we're in an ad break. Good luck on the film thesis. Or good luck on your friends, to your friend on their film thesis, I guess. Tom Melvins. Your sister needs to bring your spring foam pan back from her friend's house so that you can bake that damn cheesecake. Right, you were talking about that cheesecake, weren't you? And I promise a cheesecake. I mean, if you promise a cheesecake, you must deliver cheesecake. Maybe baking cheesecake together could be a bonding activity. Potentially. You're a dabbling chef. You're mostly a supervisor at the post office and a glorified cat herder. Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's like a surprisingly large, maybe not surprisingly large, but there's a large number of chefs who watch this stream. Okay, I'm going to turn on the dwarves' burrow. And also I'm going to go up here and lock this door. And just plop a gabber up here. Because if a dwarf walked through that door, we'd all die. Maybe not all of us, but a lot of us would. This may or may not flood up into here. So I'm also going to pull this lever. Trying to seal this off as best I can. If I wanted to be really safe, I would also close this. Should we be really safe or nah? What are the vertical panels near your levers? Wall grates? Probably... Okay, hold on. Which ones are you referring to? These? These are windows. I also have vertical copper bars. So it's probably the vertical copper bars is what you're talking about. They're just, these. They're easier to topple than grates, apparently. I don't really ever notice the difference. All right, well, let's, say we can start the fire. You guys ready to send some lava flying everywhere? After the fish dissector creates Kubok lid, a tetrahedrite mechanism, and offers it to the fire frost. We'll have to do something with that, so I will kerplunk that down right here. Now we just wait for a dwarf to come pull her. Should be any moment now. Not really a shotgun, but... I mean, if this is super effective, I may end up using this as the way to flood the underground eventually. So let's see how much this fills up. Okay, nothing crazy. So because it's nothing crazy, I can also then pull this. Close this. And we can just fill this sucker up and give it a test run. Because that's the actual plan here, is I need to fill this up on these tracks. And then we need to test this out. And Dobar has been missing for a week. Well, that's unfortunate. What was your last name? We murdering the planet? Well, I'm going to start World War Dwarf, because that's what chat wanted me to do yesterday. I need to make 1 or 2 more squads first, but that is the plan for today. And also make awesome James Bond-esque villain hideout for my vampires. And then I think maybe, because we have 1 week, so we have until next week for Adventure Mode release, I think I could probably end this fort around the time Adventure Mode releases. And either play adventures in this world or play adventures in a different world. I'm not sure which. Who's the enemy in World War Dwarf? Yes. I'm thinking about even invading other dwarven factions. Speaking of dwarfs, how are my new vampire recruits doing? Excellently. 2 more vampires have been added to the mix. So there are some instances where peace can be formed when the player isn't playing, but it's pretty uncommon. I know it can happen, but it's pretty uncommon, Fishbone. Generally what happens is if a war begins in Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't end. That's usually the end state. But like, if a dwarven faction digs too deeply and greedily in between forts, which can happen, that usually ends a war, because what'll happen is they will, quote, be bound together to stop an unstoppable force with their enemies. So them and their enemies will form an alliance to stop the demonic incursion. Like, that's one of the few instances I've seen of wars ending, but it doesn't usually happen, really. Did I fuck up? No, I didn't fuck up. So this is the problem. This is the bottleneck for my lava intake. I need lava to come in quicker is the issue. Like, it's powered plenty, it's just... I need lava to bubble in here quicker, so I need to get through these walls, which turns out to be a little bit difficult. But we will try a little bit, I think. Oh, I see the problem. It's all constructed through. See if we can just dig through some of these. Let the lava flow in a little quicker. Uh-oh. Especially dwarven vampires. We absolutely know how to sow chaos and cause problems. Mass hysteria. Also, folks on the YouTube stream, don't forget to leave a like. So Schlub asks if it's possible to completely drain a volcano and live in it. I mean, it would require a lot of pouring water on top of it. The better question isn't can you, it's more of a why. I mean, volcano will try to fill to whatever layer it was at originally. What you could do is you could pour water into it, then fortify it, then pour more water into it, then build over it, then pour more water into it. I don't know if it's really worth the effort, but you could, theoretically. All right, so let's just wait for this all to hit 6 right about here. So when this is all consistently hitting 6, I'll pull the lever. Okay, we're hitting 7. Because this will overflow eventually. So now we just need that to close. Need this lever to get pulled. Now we have an artifact lever, which I need to figure out what to do with. I think I have an idea or 3. Are all 3 of my things up and running again? Yes, they are. Which means I can get rid of you as well. Now that the fountains are back up and running. Okay, bridge is shut. So now I need to pull the lever for this guy, which is right here. And let's see if my minecarts fill up. Because I've changed slightly how it operates. Oh no. Well, that one's not going to work. Oh well. We'll have to do that one later. It's okay, we don't need to test run all of them. And let's follow the minecart. This one's not going to work because it doesn't have a roller underneath it, but that's okay. In terms of timeline, it's different for every world. Uh-oh. Well, that's backwards. Found a problem. The rest of them work, though. Pretty flawlessly. I wonder if they're still going too fast. It's interesting that they're not filling up with lava. So this one's backwards, so that needs to be fixed. But they are creating lava mist now, which they weren't before. Which is pretty good because that means it's less likely that the ogres will be able to get to here because they're more likely to just catch fire before they topple those. I'm wondering if I could take advantage of that. Interesting. I'm surprised it's not filling this up. Okay, well, let's shut this sucker down. And then pull this lever, and let's work on this a little bit. If you study year 2, most creatures and dwarves are older than history. So the thing that you're missing here is there's prehistory in Dwarf Fortress. And when I say prehistory, I mean specifically like there is things that are not chronicled in world generation. The planned addition for that is eventually we're going to get pre-world history, because that is just the year that they started chronicling history. Earth is more than 2,000 years old, right? That is the year that they started writing down history. So the reason a lot of creatures are older than the world is because the world is older than the dwarves, basically. Well, what's the worst that could happen, right? Okay, is somebody going to get hit by this minecart? That's the next question. Is somebody going to get hit by this minecart? Also, now I want to try something as well. I want to try having like an up-down bit or maybe having one that just goes up and over repeatedly to just spray lava everywhere. I just kind of got an idea that I would like to try. So once this drains out down here, we can test it out. Sweet, it worked. You over here, you need to be unsuspended. And this needs to be going the correct direction. Let's also have chains going here. Chains going here. And chains going here. And then lastly, I'm also going to pop up to here. I'm just going to plunk in some more windmills because I need more power. You managed to not show up in your wagon. Sometimes the wagon breaks on Embark. Basically, like, sometimes there won't be a place that's suitable for a wagon to park. And if there isn't a place that's suitable for a wagon to park, it just breaks when you embark. It happens sometimes. It's not super uncommon. It kind of fits the game anyway, because the wagon's, like, broken down on Embark anyway. And this is draining pretty quickly, which is what I want to see. Awesome. Let's go over here. Get some more green glass in there. I'm going to make this into a little bridge thing. Also, I should put an ammo stockpile in here so that there's an ammo stockpile that's closer. Although I should actually make another Marksdorf squad. But it's just going to be for bolts because that's all I want to store. Oh, I see the issue here. This keeps getting placed on here and then shooting back to where it needs to be. So this dwarf can't finish this because it keeps getting launched back to where it was I'll just deconstruct it and reconstruct it. That'll make things easier. And also, thanks for the follows, by the way. I do see those. I just don't have any notifications for them. So that is the mountain home that is arriving to trade. And that's a ghost on my table, so let's go memorialize it. Let's just wait until those get constructed, and then we will start up the whole... This can go away too. Wait, what pond are you filling? Oh, I'm filling the well, aren't I? It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this. That's absolutely this. Okay, sweet. But yeah, if you go to YouTube and you look up Dwarf Fortress Myth Generation, Tarn did a talk a very long time ago, where he covers myth generation and like the plans for long-term myth generation and what he's trying to do with it. And I think that stuff's pretty interesting and worth looking into if you've never looked into it before. So, you know, worth noting. Something for science if you're unfamiliar. So that's Ilmirin's corpse and everything. It's QN green tea. Oy vey. Dwarven Child, Lycott. I should just check all of these unfilled tombs. These unfilled tombs are mostly just dwarves who, you know, their bodies probably burnt or their bodies are inaccessible. And I'm just going to leave them that way. I think it's more respectful that way. Not that it really matters in the grand scheme, but it's how I'm choosing to do it. Let's go all the way around here. Okay. Man, I can't wait for this next patch to be out. Although part of the reason I can't wait for it to be out is I really hope they do some bug fixing again. Because it's kind of this is one of the buggier patches, at least on the fortress mode side of things. Like, it feels like they've changed a lot of under the hood stuff. Especially to get, like, the baby pictures and such in. Like, the face sprites. Like, it really feels like one of the buggier updates they've put out in recent memory. Like, I don't know if any of you in chat have any thoughts on this, and I don't think it's specifically a like adventure mode thing or a Linux thing either. Like, I'm pretty sure this is one of the buggier fortress mode patches in the beta branch that we've had. Like, I don't remember one that was this crashy. They've certainly like varied in levels of crashiness for adventure mode, so that obviously needs work too, but also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Just making sure that chat's working on my end. It's been 8 minutes since somebody said something in Twitch chat. Can confirm buggy patch. That's YouTube chat. I have constant crashes on the last beta branch in adventure mode. Yeah, I mean, the issue, like, a lot of the crashes have been on the Linux side of things. It's all been with audio. So it's like, it really feels like we are getting towards the polishing phase, which is just like there isn't much left to do. Just trying to keep that chat moving, Twitch chat. Don't worry about it too much, but quiet chat is a dead chat, so not going to worry too much about minimums today because of the weird luck that I had today, but I would like to see the chat moving if possible. Let's also sell scepters because I don't need these. 126 items. All right, that should go pretty quickly. You're dead, though? I mean, I'm giving you a coffin. I mean, come on. You're dead, but, like, it doesn't mean that you have to fall off into the realms of silence. This isn't a somber ballad. It's Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, there's the Bazite that's been around for a little bit, which is just Steam OS. But like, I'm really curious to see. I wouldn't mind living like I have a lot of problems with Valve, right? And like I have a Steam tattoo or multiple Valve tattoos, not a Steam tattoo, but I've got multiple Valve franchise tattoos. I like Valve as a developer. I have problems with Valve. I think they are far from perfect. But that being said, it's really interesting seeing Valve in the current year, I guess, taking on Microsoft for handheld OSs. I mean, Microsoft has the capability of making a handheld OS. But it's kind of interesting watching people who play video games turn on Microsoft in a big way, because I've never really seen them do that before outside of like games for Windows Live, but you know, there was always alternatives, so nobody really cared all that much. And now we're in a situation where people who play video games kind of don't like Windows for the first time in a minute. And not even in a Windows sucks in a meme kind of way, like actively like don't like Windows. So it's going to be curious to see what happens in the next couple of years, I think. Valve/Steam is better than Microsoft? You know, I'm conflicted with how I feel about Valve. Mostly in the... I never know how to feel about their business models around their video games, you know? Like, it's very easy to just point and be like, gambling bad. Me no like the gambling, the part where like all of their games are fucking gambling kind of thing. So I don't like that part of Valve, but I think that what they're doing for OS competitiveness is actually really kind of important in a way. So curious to see where all that stuff shakes up, but okay, I don't need that large gem. Trade. Done. Sold them some trash. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, Valve has their own format of evil. Like, I wish they would just hire, like, 400 employees to be moderators on the Steam platform, right? Like, a migrant has arrived despite the danger. Only one? Come on, though. Did I not increase the population cap? Let me double check. I thought I did. Oh, I see. I have a strict population cap. 250. Didn't increase that. I didn't increase the population cap is the actual answer. Valve has its own evil way, but Microsoft is still worse. Certainly. You want to know why some things are not Linux compatible for video games? Carolina Cowboy? It's because there isn't enough market share for it to be worth making it compatible. That's generally how that goes. And if you want market compatibility, you need market share. So what Valve is doing is they are creating market share, which will eventually lead to compatibility. Like, as an example, like Fortnite doesn't run on Linux because I would say because Epic Games are a bunch of babies, but it doesn't work because there isn't enough market share and because they don't like Valve. If you want to be a competitive OS, you have to have the biggest games, right? And at this point, it's like, what, 4% of Steam users? Which is bigger than it's ever been. No, totally. Because you make the netcode for the system that exists, that people use, right? Only one assigned? The burrow with only one assigned is for the new dwarf that isn't a vampire. O-L-O-N, Olin. The burrow is literally this one room with a well. This one room with a well has a well in it. And this well goes all the way down into here, which has a vampire warthog man in the bottom. I realize that that's an unintentional Honeystoker reference, but that wasn't intentional, I swear. This well with the bucket in it, then if you drink from it, turns you into a vampire. So I lock my new migrants in this area by themselves so that they don't get eaten by the vampires, and then drink from this well. And this well is laced with vampire blood, and then they become a vampire. That's what it is. Proton is usually pretty good, but like not everything will work on Linux. Although I do wonder with things like third-party mods, you might need to use something like Lutris, but because like I was able to make the original build for Caves of Cud run pretty flawlessly, actually, which is a Windows-only piece of software through Lutris. Like, there's plenty of different compatibility layers that make things run. It's just a matter of finding one that runs. But yeah, I don't know. There's ways to make things run under Linux that aren't exactly straightforward if they don't run natively. And that's the problem with Linux, right? It's not straightforward, but Valve is making it straightforward, and that's interesting. I mean, Caves of Cud runs natively on everything, doesn't it? Like, it runs natively on Linux, it runs natively on Windows, it runs natively on Android, and apparently there's a iOS version, but I don't think that's out yet, is it? Pretty sure the iOS version is not out yet for Caves of Cud. But if it is, please tell me. But I'm currently under the assumption that it's not. Ah, so your friend is a shitlord. Cool. You should get better friends, Carolina Cowboy. Is there any reason as to why I don't get the diplomacy alert for caravans to come? Because you have to enable it. It's not enabled by default. If you scroll down through this list, it shows what has a pop-up and what doesn't. Some don't have things by default. I have enabled that. I should re-enable migrants as a diplomacy as an alert, because I've had it turned off for a while. You hope more gamers move to Linux as Microsoft pushes AI. You know what's funny about the Microsoft pushing AI thing is those laptops ain't selling. Is there any reason why you don't get... oh, sorry, when you become capital. Yeah, so when you are the capital, you are the one sending out materials to all the other factions, but you gain the ability with other factions to get diplomats. So as an example, I get diplomats from humans, and I get diplomats from elves. I don't get diplomats from dwarves because I am the diplomat, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that answers the question. Sorry, I failed to answer it the first time. I misunderstood. Imagine using Windows 7 in the current year. The only thing more brain rot fueled and stupid than trying to debloat Windows 11 is going back to Windows 7. Yeah, go back to Windows 7 and use that on the internet. Ugh. Oh no, I understand. Like I don't have an AI assistant. My problem with AI assistants being built directly into OSs is that you're designing an OS for a computer. You're no longer designing an OS for a human. I want an OS that's designed for a human that can be built and maintained and used by a human. I don't want an OS that's designed by a computer for a computer. That's my issue there. Okay, so I'm going to go up to the top and just designate some digging because I'm waiting for ads to finish. The AI for Microsoft is mostly corporate use. It's heavily productivity flavored, and I'm guessing that they're doing it for the same trick with Copilot that they did with Windows to push consumers. That they did with Windows, push consumers so that they're familiar, so that their company adopts it. Certainly, but it's not selling. Like, if here okay, so here's the thing, right? CES is like not a great like method of getting any kind of tech news these days because it's mostly just corporate flexing. But if you look at stories coming out of CES and what companies are pushing, a bunch of laptop manufacturers have already abandoned the Copilot line. Like, they're just not promoting or pushing them anymore. Which to me means that they're not doing what they need them to do financially. Not one that's released, Mokoka. Caves of Cud has a iOS build and an Android build that I don't think have official releases anywhere. Your friend exclusively plays games on Mac because he doesn't like Windows and doesn't have the time for Linux? Okay, so your friend is going to stop playing games soon. Got it. Because Mac doesn't want you playing games on their platform. Mac is making it as difficult as possible, or Apple, I guess not Mac, is making it as difficult as possible to consistently develop games for Mac, and they also have made it very expensive, to the point where it's almost bankrupted several developers I know, because they promised Mac builds out of their, you know, better judgment. It's like, there's a few people that don't like me for saying this, but my genuine feeling right now is the best thing Dwarf Fortress decided to do in the last year was not develop their game for Mac. Like, if you are developing a game in your own engine and you decide to not support Mac, you are smart. Because it will not bankrupt you in the future. It's like, at some point, is it... Like, my favorite example of this, and because this is the one that I know that's been stated publicly, is Jupiter Hell, which promised a Mac port for their Kickstarter. And so they made good on it. They released that Mac port. Yet at the same time, that Mac port cost them over $100,000 of investor money and almost bankrupted the company in exchange for a couple thousand, not even, sales. I mean, like, basically, if you're gaming on Mac, what that actually means is that you've subscribed to... what is it called? Apple Plus? Apple Arcade, not Apple Plus. It means that you subscribe to Apple Arcade, and you play your game on Apple Arcade. And you play your games on Apple Arcade, and that's fine. The Forgotten Beast Octi Greffiona has come, a towering beakless wren. It has 3 long, straight tails and a bloated body. Beware its poison vapors. Unless somehow you've got a major player base on Mac. There is no such thing as a major player base on Mac. Everywhere you go, you see Pirate Software mentioned? Yeah, because he's everybody's favorite dad to talk about on the internet. It's because he's super famous. If you're super famous, you get mentioned a lot. Like, if I had $1 every time Pirate Software was brought up in my chat, I would make more than my Twitch ad revenue. All right, Forgotten Beast, Octi Giffiona has come. A towering beakless wren. It has 3 long tails, straight tails, and a bloated body. Beware its poison vapor. Is it going to die? Okay, it's going to die in the lower cavern layer. Sunken Belched. You've only heard of him because of yesterday, pretty much. He got famous because of YouTube shorts. He got really lucky with the YouTube algorithm and then became a game developer guru. And being a guru is the fastest way to make a lot of money in almost any industry. Teach people how to do things. If you're an expert, that's a bonus. Like, if you actually know what you're talking about, that's a bonus. He used to work for Blizzard, which gives him game developer cred. And he is Twitch's most popular indie game dev guru. He encourages people to make cool things, which is good. And mostly knows what he's talking about. And right now there's some extraordinarily silly, childish drama going on in the hardcore World of Warcraft community that he's involved in, which is just kind of funny more than anything. I don't actually have access to that cavern layer, so they can't get to me. We've also got a stoneworker's artifact that's happening. What do you need? You've got 3 pieces of stone, leather, and gizzard stones. Probably skeletons, right? Yeah, it's skeletons. Oh, also, he is known for having the biggest hype train of all time on Twitch. So, you know, he's famous because he made a lot of money. Whatever that means. So good for you, I suppose. You know, fun fact, I've technically streamed Hello Kitty Island Adventure. And also Barbie Horse Rescue. Because before Twitch had games and demos, the way you streamed random games that didn't have a directory on Twitch was you played Hello Kitty Island, you sat in the Hello Kitty Island Adventure directory, or the Barbie Horse Rescue directory. So technically I've streamed both of those games because I've played games that were just demos. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. If Hello Kitty Island Adventure is something that's brand new, then I guess I probably haven't streamed it. But I have streamed Barbie Horse Rescue. I've definitely played a Hello Kitty game on stream technically because of that. But yeah, I wouldn't, you know, I had some hot takes about Asmongold yesterday and learned that people who watch me also watch Asmongold, and that makes me sad. But drama is content. I mean, I don't think that's the type of drama they were looking for when you make a hardcore guild. I think they're looking for haha so-and-so died, not haha so-and-so got kicked. But I don't know, man. It's not the type of content I ever want to deal in. How's it going so far? It's going all right. Linux? Who's who? What? Oh, did Iron Mouse beat the hype train? Well, at one point he was the record holder for the biggest hype train of all time, and all I have to say is cool. I don't know why that's something to celebrate. Like, I understand why Twitch celebrates it, and I get like the memes involved with it. I don't know how I feel about it. Vettel, I don't even know who that is. That's cool. Whatever. I'm old and irrelevant. I don't know any of these people. That was confirmed to me the last time I went to TwitchCon, to be fair. Was right, none of this is for me anymore. Why am I still here? You don't get why people play games that make them angry. I stream, like, traditional roguelikes, so I guess I can't weigh in on that. Okay, there you go. Yeah, adding numbers to the end of it doesn't make me know who that is. Dung Runner. What's the deal with Asmongold? He thinks genocide is cool. That's the deal with Asmongold.
Enough months to make hours of a TV show.
Enough month? Yeah, that's true. 24 months is a long time, dude. Shaku. 24 months is like enough time to get a decent certificate. Vettel's the dude who made an AI VTuber. Ah, okay, cool. Is anybody here familiar with the song "The Downfall of Us All"? Anyway, that. Well, that's how you make money. Like, a lot of that just, like, comes down to, like, the reason people do it is because you make money, right? Like, being... Like, I talk about this sometimes in my chat even. Like, a dead chat is a quiet chat is a dead chat, i.e., if chat is being super quiet, then you're not making money, right? Right down to, like, ad revenue. The busier your chat is, the more money you make. So literally, why do people play games that make them mad? Because it makes them money. And it perpetuates shitty community. And it sucks. And I hate it. But, you know, it's the reality of the industry that I'm in. And if I deny it, then I'm just lying to myself and everybody else. It's the reality. Like, why do people play games that make them mad? Because it makes them money. Please stop chatting in my chat if you are driving. Carolina Cowboy. Do not Twitch chat and drive. You can listen or watch if you want, but I don't want to be responsible for you hitting a pedestrian. You're pulled over now? Uh-huh. Should pay attention to the cop that pulled you over, not... Anyway. Oh, that's nifty. Hopefully you get your CD picked up sooner than later, Shadow. A cassette I bought back in November finally arrived. I like this response in YouTube chat. Shlub's like, what's the deal with Asmongold? I remember seeing videos of him ages ago, and he seemed pretty unhinged then, and has he gotten worse? And I'm just like, he thinks genocide is cool. And then there's just like ... So got worse then. There's something about that that's like weirdly funny about that. How the platform it goes down to how the platform rewards these types of behaviors. Well, I think it's less the platform and more how people reward it, right? If it's more human psychology than how the platform rewards, at least in the case of Twitch, because if people are talking about a thing, that's marketing. If you do something that people talk about, that's marketing. If you make a big shebang, people talk about it. It's more human psychology than how the, like, platform rewards you. Have I tried Manor Lords? Yep. Yeah, I played it when it was when it first released. I just saw the most recent patch for it. It actually looks like it's coming along nicely. I should go back to it. But there's like 5 games that I've played that I should go back to. Like, I should go back to Norland. I should go back to Songs of Six. I should go back to Manor Lords. There's a few games like that right now. And currently that just means that I'll go back to them once I'm done with adventure mode stuff and the interest and excitement around adventure mode has calmed down. If there is any, which we'll see if there is. I'm not sure if there is yet. We haven't gotten there. And Supa Minna, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Hold on a second. I'm going to go eat a boiled egg because I need to stabilize my blood sugar. Give me a sec. I will be right back. You guys can follow a dwarf. You can follow Narc. Oh boy. I'm back. Cool. Here's the thing. It's definitely worth more than 2 dwarf bucks. If it's made of what I think it's made of, but... stone artifacts tend to be a little bit uninteresting, yeah. It is worth 7,000 dwarf bucks approximately. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cushioned cobaltite cabochons and decorated with pig bone, encircled with cushioned granite cabochons and bat leather, quartzite cabochons, dog bone, and it has spikes of gabbro and andesite. On the item is an image of Illuter, the unkept stance, the alder Rontiz in pigtail, and an image of Kusok, the troll, of course, laboring and settling in the Finger of Oracles in 23. That's the only thing that troll ever did, and they settled here. You attach a dorm to the tavern, but the number of rentable bedrooms is still 0. I would attach bedrooms if it says still 0, because that means your dwarves are using it, likely. So because somebody else is using it, it's not rentable, if that makes any sense. Basically, okay, so just to kind of wrap up, like, the thing that we were sort of talking about earlier, about, like, drama and big streamers and whatnot, there's a point with scale. Well, there's generally a goal that people have when they go into an industry. And it's usually they want to grow, and they want to be as big as possible, because they want to make money, right? Then when you get to the top, it becomes very difficult to make money or get bigger in any industry. If you're at the top of a portion of an industry, it's very hard to get bigger, because you are as big as you can get for what you are currently doing. And as an example here, I am basically as big as I can be for somebody streaming Dwarf Fortress right now, because there's nobody bigger than me that streams Dwarf Fortress, so it's difficult for me to grow. So in order for me to grow, what I have to do is I have to go outside of Dwarf Fortress to try and get bigger. If you are at the top of the Just Chatting directory, the only way to get bigger is by interacting with other people that are big in that directory. And one of the best ways to convince an audience to move from one place to go watch somebody else as well, or instead, is by either making them dislike that person or by making them mad at that person, or by making it fun and in vogue and funny to go make fun of that person. That's it. And a lot of these guys at the top, they know what they're doing. They're not doing it necessarily maliciously. They're doing it because it makes them money. Right? And so the issue that I have with this kind of thing is I'm sitting here and streaming, right? And I'm trying to make money. That this is my form of income, and it's my job, streaming, right? So ideally, you know, you want people to watch you. All that these kinds of dramas do is it makes watching people like me less interesting, because people are off watching so-and-so be mad because so-and-so said something to so-and-so. They're in on the drama. I try and stay away from drama. I talk about politics because I think it can be interesting sometimes, and sometimes we have interesting conversations about it. But when it comes to like streamer drama, I try and avoid it because I just think it's stupid. Like it's just a shitty way of making money. But when it's big enough that it actually surfaces in my chat, all that happens is people tune out of my stream and go and watch the drama. Because people want to see the drama. So all it's really doing is it's pushing big channels because drama, and driving traffic away from small channels because I ignore the drama. That's all it really does, and it just kind of sucks. Nobody really wins except for the big channels. Nobody gets got. Nobody learns a lesson. Nothing improves. It's just drama. It's just money. So that's all it is. I mean, you guys are allowed to participate in it if you want, but I really wish that when people like Pirate Software or Asmongold got mentioned in my chat, it's because they said something interesting or did something cool, but it's never that. It's just you are willingly or unwillingly promoting a channel because they did something stupid. The vast majority of the time. And that just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. Because I think it's much more interesting and cooler to become somebody that's known in his space for doing something cool or making something cool. Somebody like, you know, an ambiguous amphibian. He makes really cool videos. And he does it really well. And he's famous because he makes cool videos and he does it really well. You know, somebody like Quill18, who's really good at teaching people how to play complicated video games, even though he's not always the best at said complicated video game. And that's also really cool. But it's just unfortunate that the biggest people on the platform are people who are famous because they once did something cool, potentially. You know, somebody like Pirate Software has certainly done cool things. But it sucks when that cycle of stupidity just kicks in because, well, you got to keep getting bigger, because if you're not growing, you're shrinking. I have to deal with that too. But the easiest way at that point, once you're the biggest, to get bigger is by interacting with this nonsense. It just kind of sucks. So. Without ever seeking information? Yep, because those people's audiences just go around promoting the people they like and the people they don't like because so-and-so said something stupid to so-and-so. So. Deep Space, how are you doing? Speaking of people that you should like because he's cool, you should go follow Deep Space. Just saying, you know? That's somebody that you should care about and somebody you should watch because he makes good streams. And doesn't partake in this nonsense. Like, I try not to use the term brain rot because I think it's a bad term generally. But that's really, like, it's the only accurate descriptor for how I feel about drama content, I guess. Actually, what is that? Granite? Let's use granite instead of gabbro. Stop swapping back and forth. Lo-fi dwarfs and chill, while the dwarves are definitely not chill, is how I would describe Deep Space. Everybody's very chill except for the dwarves. Who are as stressed as they can possibly be without the fort falling over most of the time. Okay. More constructions. How long do you hard boil your eggs? I bring them to a boil and then I take them off heat and I let them sit for the rest of the day. And then sorry. And then I put them in the fridge. Unless I'm trying to do like something very specific or making something for a certain meal. If I'm making something for a certain meal, I bring it to a boil and then turn it down to a simmer for about 5 or 6 minutes while I'm making the rest of my breakfast. And then I let it sit in the pot and off heat until breakfast is ready, or whatever meal I'm making is ready, salad or whatever I'm prepping a boiled egg for. That's how I make a boiled egg. And I usually make like 4 or 5 boiled eggs at the start of a stream week so that I just have quick snacks when I need them. There's nothing better than just having a boiled egg hot and ready to go when you need it. I'm gonna put in some troll decoys. Because these goblins are actually attacking me with trolls, if you plop statues around, sometimes they'll go after the statues instead of the tracks and things that you don't want them breaking, because they will just break the tracks. Haven't had to make troll decoys in a very long time, so it's good to be back. Actual decoys. Oh yeah, no, totally. To stop them from, you know, destroying my minecart tracks. Because they destroy whatever is the most valuable first. So if they can topple something, they will topple the minecart tracks first. If the minecart tracks are the most valuable, but if they're statues, the statues are probably more valuable than the minecart tracks. Any animal handlers? I doubt it. That I even have any? Apparently I do have 3. They must have been migrants. I don't really have any animal caretaking jobs. But I have one right here if you want one. Is because I act like an adult. You know, it's funny. For years, I've only ever had one rule, which is like, basically, if you act like a child, you'll get removed from the chat. Act like an adult and be treated like an adult. And I'm happy that that's appreciated. It does directly limit how big my channel can get, but I can discern buildings' value at a glance. That's actually a very funny take. I don't think that they are legendary appraisers or anything, but they're not the only thing that's attracted to the highest value thing. I mean, kobolds are attracted to the highest value object that they can carry in your fortress, which isn't much because they don't have a very high carry capacity. As an example, 3 bolts over encumbers them usually. 3 crossbow bolts will over-encumber a kobold. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He prefers discussions of ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Can I just make you into a scholar? Because you seem like one. He is easily moved to mercy, and he is always tense and jittery. He often feels lustful. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square with natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He tends to do things correctly each time, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he has an active imagination. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and finds helping others emotionally rewarding and avoids crowds. Do I still have a dwarf in this? Yes, I do. You are a vampire. Sweet. He personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Fuck's sake. Without deceit is best, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Values sacrifice, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Yeah, I guess in a lot of ways, like, I'm kind of the anti-influencer, which I guess is, like, a positive thing and a negative thing, but I don't know. There's been a lot of, like, this drama talk has triggered a lot of, like, behind-the-scenes talk from me the past week. I don't mind it, but I hope you guys find it interesting at the very least. He likes steel, emerald, tower cap wood, cuttlefish, leather, and llama wool, amulets and cows for their haunting moos, thornback rays for their back spines, and when possible prefers to consume cassava beer and donkey's milk, and absolutely hates purring maggots. What, a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, or that I'm limiting how big I can get, Magna? His hair is wavy and his very long beard is neatly combed. He isn't married, but he has some close friends and is currently reading a book. I think I'm going to go up to here and also dig out this. Maybe also this one, but because I'm just going to start building a wall around this, I think. You remember a quote? It's something like, speak in good or speak ill, what? Speak in good or speak ill of B, but speak of me? Okay, that's way too philosophical sounding. Speak in good or speak ill of me, but speak... Yeah, still... I mean, I get it, but it's a weird way to word that. The non-standard streamer experience is the reason that you're here. Well, cheers, Draken Soul. You know, it's kind of funny. If like Dwarf Fortress is maybe not everybody's, but a lot of game developers' favorite video games, but not necessarily like the public's favorite video game, then am I like the streamer's favorite streamer, not the public's favorite streamer? I kind of don't. That's not even true, but. Even that's giving myself too much credit. I'll let them dig that out. Oh, I should probably unlock you. How's the vamps? Less pissed off than the last stream. They were very pissed off at the end of the last stream, but we are rapidly improving that, and a force of darkness which is vile has arrived and is seeking a parley. Well, thankfully, my stuff is all properly set up again. Looks like they're bringing the ogres once again, as well as beak dogs, and probably trolls as well, if I had to bet. You think me and Krug are the best two out there for the content you'll make? I mean, for Dwarf Fortress. Maybe not in a mainstream sense. You have a friend who has a master's degree in psychology and then got in an accident that has a disabled left leg. Now he just uses his degree to see how fast he can piss people off in a bar. Wait, hold on a second. Why would he have to stop working in psychology if he has a bummed leg? Like, that's a brain skill, not a... It's not like he's a welder. We're just going to ask where the vile forces were? En route, mostly. Friends with House. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna say House has a bummed leg, but House also ain't a real doctor. I managed to smear my glasses. I may need to go get my glasses cleaner. Curse the human body and mysterious substances getting stuck on me and then getting stuck on my glasses. It's just like Caves of Cud, but glasses. Anyway, that's not a small Vile Force. Yeah, they attack us about once a year. We're pretty far away from them. Like, we're pretty out of the way for a lot of these forces. A lot of the things that we're at war with. We're at war with two different goblin factions. One tends to just send raids, and the other one sends these big sieges. But because they're all pretty far away, they don't attack us that often. If you want to get attacked super often, you got to be in close proximity with things. Or turn up the difficulty, but yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of them. It's a pretty big siege. I'm just going to get this shut. Whew, game a little laggy. Because there is lots of them. All right, well, I need to fill this up. Actually, I need to do this first. Pull that. Then we'll pull this. And also lock that. So let's get these dwarves inside. Just make sure everybody's in this. Oh, actually, I've got one more area I gotta finish. And also, I should probably make a Marksdwarf squad. Because I do actually have quite a few good Marksdwarves. Just need dwarves that still have full use of their hands. And we'll give them a little bit of time to get fully geared up. I'll just set them as ready. That'll be plenty. Gonna go pull a lever first. I think Orc is insane. Or was. Yeah, you're haggard. You are one of the dwarves that has no use of your hands or legs. Permanent spine injury. You were a talented Marksdwarf, but you can't pick up or put anything down. You are fortunate in that you were wearing armor when that happened. So now you have a bunch of stuff equipped that you can't take off. But thankfully, you won't be naked. Ravioli? I disagree with that, but I would just make, like, flat noodles as one of the easiest to make. What's my opinion on ravioli? Oh, I don't really make it, but I will make homemade lasagna pasta. Sometimes, like the big flat noodles. I don't actually know the names of them. Here come all the miners. Game is laggy because goblins. All right, let's wait. Oh, also this needs to be filled in. Because they're just going to... Oh, no, actually, I just need to fill it up with lava. Yeah, let's get this pulled. This dwarf has no nose. What are you doing? You are about to die. I mean, can't fix stupid. You know, honestly, I would say that was intentional. It's the dwarf trying to attend a meeting. They cannot breathe. They couldn't stand or change their clothing. They were once one of my military dwarves who actually did quite well, you know? Got 12 kills. Rest in peace. Dwarf. Can I get a round of Fs for that poor dwarf? It's sad that they had to go, but sometimes you've just got to go. Being a vampire artificially extended their life anyway. I mean, a lot of my vampires can't breathe, actually. Vampires don't need oxygen. Fun fact about vampires. In case you didn't know, vampires don't need oxygen. So because vampires don't need oxygen, you know. You had an idea, what if you did a pool with... Yeah, you know, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that the other day while streaming. I think I maybe verbalized it. I was like, I wonder if you could do that with healing liquids. Because I do actually wonder. But you need the healing liquids, because there's two. There's healing liquids and there's healing food. But yeah, no, I wonder. You would have to fill the liquid up in adventure mode. And actually, wait. Does reclaiming a fortress clears all liquids, right? Like, does it still get rid of mud? Because I think that reclaiming a fortress gets rid of all contaminations, and that would be considered a contamination. If it still gets rid of all contaminations, then it wouldn't work. If it doesn't get rid of all contaminations, then it would work. So it highly depends on whether or not it gets rid of all contaminations. And doing the hauling trick? How does the hauling trick work? Refresh my memory? Because I know that there's like... I know that like firing stuff out of minecarts can split stuff out of barrels as well. But it wouldn't be consistent. What's this contraption that I just opened? This is a minecart grinder. It's high-powered, really quick minecarts designed to kill things that they touch. That hopefully I set up correctly because I haven't tested it yet. Or at least not since I upgraded it. But let's start the test. Let's see. Hey, it works. I feel like it should be going faster, but that's also because the game's lagging. This one's going really slow. All right, well, let's allow the goblins in, shall we? Doing our best to let them in, guys. Doing our best. All right. Let the carnage commence. I mean, it begins, that's for sure. I mean, it is not a small siege. Not a small siege. Eh? Oh. Dwarf Vampire's been missing for a week. Well, that's unfortunate. I wonder what happened to them. Okay, I need more ammo. Also kind of scared to tell them to go get ammo. Draken, Soul, and DS have the right idea, chat. Let's get some minecarts and Vile Force of Darknesses. Hey, look, a fluffy Wambler. Here they come. We need a slab, yes. So that we don't get a ghost. Also fairies. Here they come. This is a Vampy Fort, not a Ghosty Fort. I could become a Vampy Fort. Which, if a creature can climb in Fortress Mode or not, anything can climb. Smooth walls are harder to climb than rough walls. Constructed boulder walls are easier to climb than brick walls. Overhangs are not climbable. Any creature with hands can climb. John Datch in YouTube chat. A ghost can scare anything to death. Could probably actually fill this a little bit more. Does it really matter what you make your bolts out of? Yes. They have higher armor pen. So steel bolts are going to have higher armor pen than copper bolts. Adamantine bolts are going to have higher armor pen than copper bolts. And steel bolts. You need to remember that vampires are just dwarves. They're just way tougher dwarves. But they're still susceptible to the same form of death as normal dwarves. Zoom in a little bit. I'm just gonna do a real quick hard save. Just because the game's been a little crashy. I don't want to do all this setup again. They have a reflection, though. That we'll never know. Do the devs have a roadmap? Yes. There's been a roadmap on the website for Dwarf Fortress on bay12games.com as long as I've played it, like since 2009, and they slowly add to it and update it. The last time it got a revision was after the last major release, which was in 2021, and it is supposedly going to get another update. Roadmap, I guess, is supposedly going to get another update after Adventure Mode is finished, which will be soon. Let's see if this works. Oh wow, they were missed by a thread. Well, there goes the first few. So Goblin right here is now bleeding heavily because collided with a the Goblin got struck by a minecart in the left hand and the injured part was crushed. Artery was opened. Nice. There's also this, which is unconscious and bleeding heavily. They're just going to keep getting run over every time. Let's get another one here. Oh, 2 have died. And here go even more minecarts. Let's follow a minecart for a little bit. Let's follow this one specifically. See? So if I go in slow motion, one turn at a time, there goes an arm. Something got decapitated, crashes into the corner, comes around, drops down in, spreads lava mist everywhere, flies through the bottom, and then back through the crowd. Once again, everything with a blue line underneath it is currently getting launched through the air. Everything with a brown line is lying down. And we've got more. And there's currently one dead thing right there. Let's see, there's at least 3. Oh, wow. There's about to be a bunch of dead beak dogs right there. And the line continues. Oh, this guy's got some pretty decent dodging skills, it looks like. Come on, you. What are you gonna do? Successfully make it through my death trap? I don't think so. As he makes it successfully through my death trap. Oh, there goes the frame rate. Stuff's on fire, I think. I'm correct. Things are in fact on fire. Well, he made it through my death trap. His friend didn't, though. It's quite the siege force. Yeah, I've increased the numbers because chat wanted bigger sieges, so I turned up the number of baddies that could attack. That's kind of brutal. Yeah, it's this smoke down here that's causing the frame rate lag. It's okay, though. We get dramatic slowdown. There we go. Speeding back up now. As it slows back down. Moments later. But honestly, I think this is pretty effective. What do you think? How do you feel about my, Yeah, in older versions of the game, you could click on any object and it would say it's kills. In one of the awful full screen screens that nobody liked. It would also let you see how many kills a particular weapon had on it. Basically, in Legends mode, I would be able to look up this minecart now and see how many creatures it killed. You can now only see contaminants, but it used to show how many deaths it had, and it was really fun having minecarts with like 1,200 kills or something attributed to it. The lag is pretty brutal, but honestly, I don't mind it. It's like dramatic slowdown, as I say. So where's that goblin that made it through? There's 2 that made it through? Okay, that's fine. They need to bring that back. I mean, maybe one day. Nothing like splattered beak dog in the morning. I guess it's technically afternoon now. Nothing better than splattered beak dog in the afternoon. As the frame rate speeds up. Man, it almost looks like they're retreating, but they're not. So I need to tell my soldiers to go stand right here. For when some of them inevitably make it through. Because here come all of the ogres. They've also toppled some things. So this minecart route is now stopped. This minecart route is now stopped. This one isn't. This one isn't. This one is. They're also breaking my statues, my decoys. So I'm going to have to go through and unbreak all of this stuff. But, you know. Uh-oh. I should fix this. This is getting a little too full. I thought I closed it, but I super duper forgot to. So we've got a bit of an overflow problem. It's okay, though. I managed to catch Ogre on fire. Probably will slow the frame rate down. Thankfully, I think the minecarts are still functioning, though, mostly. Where's the minecart on this one? Because that should still be powered. I don't see it on this side. Well, this one's still running. Oh, no, this one stopped. This one got stopped by this guy. Because the minecart stopped him. Large creatures, like ogres in this case, will stop a minecart when it collides with them. And here's my soldiers. Fending off the goblins, or ogres in this case. Attis here seems to be bleeding pretty profusely, but so are the baddies. Bleeding isn't necessarily a death sentence for these dwarves, except Attis apparently. So rest in peace, Attis. Oh no. Maxenfit? My militia commander clearly isn't skilled enough for this. I may have to actually lock them in here, because I am losing another squad. Although we'll see. This dwarf here, are you punching things? No, you're whacking them with your shield. You must have lost usage of one of your hands. You're stabbing. Okay, well, most of the ogres appear to be heavily injured. Ogres are such a threat. I'm really happy that they're bringing ogres. It's nice to be combated with a threat that I actually think of as a threat to my dwarves. Let's just get these bodies hauled out of here if I can. Here comes more. Actually, this may be bad. I may have to just seal this off. Back up, dwarves. I may have to put another, extend this a little bit. Because this is going to be a bit too much. They run at the next line. There's going to be an ad break in a second. I will pause the game when the ads begin. Dwarves are fighting around the corner, fighting the trolls, although this is really good training for my soldiers. Ast here is seriously injured. Tubal is injured. Asab is bleeding heavily. Meng is injured. Ingish is injured. Are any of them not injured? It's all the ogres. Too late to pull it now? Oh, it's never too late. I can burn my own dwarves. That's fine. There's more where those came from. Do I use time stream? No. You shouldn't use time stream either. It'll break your physics. It'll make things operate in ways that they're not intended to work. I mean, there's no reason not to. Hetalu. There's no reason not to. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, some weapons are more situational than others in Dwarf Fort. Some weapons are more situational than others. It's kind of the rule of thumb. Like, you don't really want to use weapons that are going to decapitate zombies if there's a necromancer around, as an example. You want to pulverize with blunt weapons, because there's less things that will fly off them that can be regenerated if you're using blunt weapons. All right, let's go again. Yeah, these ogres might be a bit much. I may have to really rethink how I'm setting up this military. Let's pull that lever and get this sealed off. Sorry, military. I'm not necessarily going to burn them all, but if they all die, then we will. So remaining here, the dwarves are trapped behind the line once again. I will say I do really enjoy the fact that these goblins are actually sending armies that are a threat. It's so nice. I have a crossbow dwarf squad right there, but I only just rebuilt it. Simply put, I lost my entire military not too long ago. And it seems like that's happening again, at least with this squad. I'm going to have to memorialize every single one of these dwarves. So I'll just leave that up there. Nope. Somebody survived. Yep, literally just bomb wreck, and also you shouldn't even be in this squad because you don't have any usage of your legs. Well, I was able to catch a good number of them in here. Oh, also, drawbridges won't open or close if there's ogres on them because they're too big. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. This one. There's a ghost over here. So I need a second drawbridge for this. Another thing I can do is I can also pull this, which will overflow the minecart system, which I think is completely discombobulated now. Yep. And we'll hopefully work to block them in. Come on, dwarves. We need this open. Yeah, you can't add them smash living ogres. Did they already pull it? They may have. Nope, they have not. Who's pulling it? Are you pulling it? Nope. Who's pulling it? I'm also going to need to open and close that back door to try and watch the ogre stop it from opening. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's running, and this is also filling now, which will hopefully block them off at the back. That was an unintended useful side effect of having this here. Okay, and then what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to pull this twice in a moment, which should close this, now that there's no longer an ogre standing on it. So we'll wait until this gets pulled. And give it a second pull. So that will overflow a little bit, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now they're all shut. And that will eventually end the siege. This right here can just be left to keep filling, or, you know, keeping these goblins here. And we can just leave this to fill in due time. There we have the panic from the goblins. Yep. Yeah, I need to rethink my military. That's for sure. These sieges are too big, but that's good, honestly. I'm happy that I need to rethink my military because that keeps things interesting. Looks like pure madness is happening. Yeah, especially because I just lost another squad. They're sending militia-trained blind cave ogres, which are actually terrifying unless you basically have, like, highest possible tier dwarven military, which I currently don't have. This can be closed. They will burn. Oh, damn right. You got to go. You can't wait to see how this all plays in VODs. Cheers, dude. I may also, I've got an upgrade path for this, too. And the best part about this is I don't need to clean up bodies. I locked them in a room that's slowly filling with lava. Yes, ideally I would lock them in a room that quickly fills with lava, but in this instance, yes, it is slowly filling with lava. I mean, what else are they going to do? Run? Your game is, on your game, goblins are bringing armed ogres? Yeah, sometimes they do that too. I remember years ago having a siege that was mostly troll axemen. Actually, I wonder, are these ogres armed? Yeah, okay. I mean, they're clothed. I don't think they generally aren't bringing weapons. It depends on the goblins whether or not their ogres will be armed. But yeah, armed ogres are terrifying. The goblin siege is now just panicking. Once this lava here dries up, they might run away. And if they don't run away, then when I open the gate, they'll get burned by this lava flow. Can I show you this in ASCII? Sure. I like that the ogres up top haven't burned yet. Also, look at all that blood around the minecarts. Like, damn. The minecarts are pretty effective. Hey, chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. You know, to me, this is like the OP strat of how to defend a fortress. And the kind of funny thing about this, to me, is like, this is the one strat that I will do that I do actually consider very overpowered. Yet at the same time, like, I'm amazed by how few people actually do this. Man, these are taking forever to burn. I guess it's because, like, well, where do you get the lava from, and then what do you do with it after the fact? I've got a idea, though, of how I could increase this. And also how I could use ballista and such. I'm thinking I could dig this out. Game's lagging because of all the smoke. Let's pause. Okay. I'm thinking I could dig this out along here. Fortify this along here. And then set up minecart shotguns on this side. Because that would be pretty easy to do. Especially the way that I'm building this. And I could just do like a row of minecart shotguns along here. So they walk in here and I just release and they just go and just hammer them. And underneath this I could put like catapults or ballista back here. And that's probably far enough away. It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, okay, so from about there, I could probably fire it. Maybe a little further back. I think it's 30 that it needs to be back. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if you guys have any inputs or thoughts there, but I think that would be interesting. Or entertaining at the very least. Oh no! Goblin caught fire there on the left side. Probably lava. Because then I don't need to manually reload them. I don't like manually reloading minecart shotguns. That's my problem with them. So if I have to manually reload them, I'm significantly less interested in doing it. Just because it's so fucking time consuming. Type in exclamation point tickets, Endman. And that'll show you how many you have. And then you type in exclamation point invest, the number of tickets you would like to invest. Invest all doesn't work. Everybody always tries that. Sure, you could shoot water, but wouldn't that be very redundant, shooting water into lava? Because, like, shooting water into lava would just damage my, like, the effectiveness of the lava. I'm sorry, why are you suddenly playing the sad death music, game? Because a ram died? You for real? Oh, yeah. I guess we have to download more. I don't think it works that way, Bonesaw. because when it is flying out of a minecart, it's not lava until it touches the ground. When it touches the ground, it becomes like, or when it's flying through the air, it's like this molten copper. It becomes a liquid sprite, so it probably wouldn't be affected by water that way. Be cool if it did, though. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to do that here because it would probably just freeze. But yeah, sure. I mean, I won't deny that it would be neat. It would certainly be an interesting effect. Let's drain this sucker. And also, let's go up to here. And I'm going to pop this up. Oh, no. I needed it to keep... Oh, sweet. It did keep the number of dead. It's just there was too many announcements. Okay. I just have to hover over. Ast. What's your last name? What's your last name? Farmrek? Asob Odd. English God. Iteb. Oh, Greg and then some died. Rip. Meng Ashmonom. Can I get a round of Fs or other various appropriate emote for our friends here who have passed? Let's also get this pulled. What happened to you? You were in the military and you are no longer alive because you died as part of the military? You died being of service to the mountain home. A very noble death. Seeing them puke from panic? They usually are puking from panic because they lost some internal organs. It's not you. Wait, hold on a second. Are you... This ghost is getting pushed by the lava. That's funny. That is very funny. I'm sorry, what? Did I just pull the wrong lever? Yeah, I did. Supposed to pull the middle one, not this top one, because this top one's not connected to anything, apparently. And that's also going to open this up. So then that all spills over the side now, down into here, which is going to begin filling up my little moat thingy. And over here on the side, this will also drain out. It'll take a little bit of time, but it'll happen. And there we have it. Is Dread Victorian still alive? Let's see. Yep, Dread Victorian's still alive. This is like my first test run of all this. I haven't used any of these levers yet, so I'm glad they're all working. All the boulders melt. And this begins to fill up my brand new addition to the fortress. I think... Okay, something else I should probably do is should put a drawbridge right here, so that I can fill this whole thing up with lava and cleanse it as well. Because something I really don't want my dwarves doing is I really don't want them having to clean up this kind of viscera, because it's really bad for their mental health. Forgotten Beast, which is a great eyeless louse named Smast Pastpun, has come, and it has 4 stubby horns, and it squirms and fidgets. Its yellow golden exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its poison bite. It is in an area that it can get to me, so I have to send my actual squads out. It's okay, I do have squads, they're just not exactly prepped. Fortunately, I was going to say, fortunately, I have Mark's dwarves. Unfortunately, I clearly don't have enough quivers. That's not great. Yeah, I need quivers. Are vampires able to enter temples? Okay, I will reiterate how vampires work. They are exactly the same as normal dwarves, except they sometimes have this uncontrollable impulse to eat dwarves. There is no difference between them and other dwarves. There's no restrictions, there's no limitations. They act exactly as normal dwarves. The only difference is they sometimes will eat dwarves. They also don't age, they don't get tired, and they don't need to eat or drink, but it benefits them if they drink. No, they don't drink. They have to be forced to drink. Happy to help. Bailiff in YouTube chat. Not sure what this beast is doing, but it's giving me time. See, we are now acquiring bolts. Where's that beast at? Keep losing it. So send everybody who's not dead up to here. I don't know why it's all the way over there, but it is. I'm sure basically everything in the game is planned to have some sort of procedural element at some point. But, I mean, I want to say that's one of those things that people ask Tarn about a lot. And the last time people asked Tarn about curses, he was like, yep, that's on the table. That's something we would like to do. But yeah, that can be said about a lot of things in Dwarfort. I should also keep this squad on duty now. At the very least. Although, I guess technically they are semi-procedural already. If you get cursed, there's a chance that you become a vampire or a were-creature, and if it's a were-creature, there's lots of different options, so that's kind of already procedural in a way. But yeah, more varied, I guess. They all suffer from booze withdrawal. Yeah, which is why I mandate mandatory party time in the tavern. I don't understand why people want to play on islands so badly, Captive. Like, and also island maps are very much viable. It's just a boat update would make them less different. Islands are where you play if you want a very chill, non-combative experience. It doesn't make them not viable. It's just, if the game has boats, which it'll probably get eventually, it'll just make islands less different. People just want to settle on islands for some reason. I don't know why. True, yeah, necromancy also has a bunch of, well, necromancy is less of a curse. It's more of a specific goal, I guess. The necromancer knowledge, I guess, has various procedural elements, what abilities they have, and like what abilities their undead has more importantly. Here it comes. Okay, so my marks dwarves are already firing bolts for the ones who have bolts. Seeing bolts flying. I see dwarf blood on the ground. Specifically, Tatan here is running into issues. The creature, I got hit by a bolt, which actually tore its muscle. It managed to crush one of my dwarves' limbs, but it is what it is. This has mortified the penguin, who's wrestling with the thing, and the creature is now dead, but unfortunately took Tatan with it. And I don't think it's butcherable. And one of my dwarves named their crossbow. Now, could have gone better, but also could have gone a lot worse. Thankfully, it was a bug. Bugs die very easily. Where's the... Didn't I have a strange mood? No, I don't. Okay. Good night, Dalkin. Sorry for missing that initially. How's down here doing? It's cleaning up pretty quick. I think before I worry about sending the dwarves down into that, let's just get these placed. Oh, I need more of these, don't I? Just make 50 rock slabs. And let's also go to here and check what I have for bars. 55 iron. Got tons of silver. Let's just make 80. Silver bolt. Let's make a bunch of silver bolts. Let's make 80. Islands are good for beginners. This is true, actually. Well, vampires are very good at hiding. Another Forgotten Beast has come, and this one's a moss. And it is a gigantic feathered antlion larva. Okay. It has a pair of squat antennae, it squirms and fidgets, and its purple feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. All right, then. It's in an area where it can't get to me, so we won't worry about it. Okay, well, things are kind of terrible. I need to refill my water, so I'm going to go do that. Deep Sea Fishing, it's good to see you. Check, and get a round of beers. I will be back in a sec with water. I return with water cup. All right. Slabs are placed. Ghost has been dealt with. Oh shit, we do in fact have an artifact happen. Okay, so these are all the dwarves that have been missing for a week. Slab's already engraved. Done. Well, that's what I can do right now. And I timed that water break badly. Ad just popped. Or ad's about to pop. Strange mood. We'll follow you. I think what I should do, once this strange mood is finished, we should just lock the dwarves in the tavern for a bit. Gives the illusion that slabs are floating. Oh, really? I don't really see it that way, but I could kind of understand why it would look that way. Whenever I leave, there's a strange mood. Because that's how my life works, I guess. And also we get the intense Forgotten Beast music. We're in an ad, so I will pause. So we need to rebuild our army. I think I need like 4, maybe 5 squads. And so that's what I'm going to spend the next little bit doing. The other thing that I'm going to be probably targeting over the next little bit is not really upgrading my weapons, but like just making sure that dwarves are armed a little bit better. I think maybe go for more cutty weapons because I'm using hammers right now, which is not great in this situation when you're fighting against, you know, things like ogres. So I think we should try and upgrade our weapons a little bit. And I also need to change the way that underground defense system works. I'm in two minds. I could either do ballista. I'll see if you're any good, Dread. I could either do ballista or I could do minecart cannons. Ballista would be quicker to set up. Minecart cannons, I think, could be more fun. What would you guys prefer? Just for, you know, something different. Anybody else have anything to say aside from Bonesaw, or is it just Bonesaw? Okay, 2. What would you guys like to see? There is hundreds of you watching. I need more than 4 responses. Minecart cannons actually work? Yeah. Have you never seen me build? I mean, I could also just do both. Like that is a reality here. We could just do both. The dwarves do need a break first, though. Whatever I have less experience with, that's a non-statement. I would say that I've done ballista less recently, but there isn't anything in Dwarf Fortress that I'm not experienced with. Three pieces of 3 boulders, 2 granite, 1 andesite, grit cut zircons, wood logs, cave spider silk, cloth, pigtail cloth, silver bars, and pond grabber leather and silver bars. That should be a nice little artifact. No complaints there. All right, we are going to, I'm just going to set a melt metal. Melt a metal object. Let's just do 100, and I'm just going to go up to here. I'm just going to melt literally everything in these bins, including the bins. That should be plenty to get us the iron we need. So I'll take a little bit. I'm going to also make silver rings. And let's just do 200 of those. Because I got shit tons of silver. And they need something. Castrol North, thanks for the raid. Second raid of the stream. Appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the raiders? Mods, if you're around, could I get a shout out for the lovely raiders? Down here, this is drying up. I'm also going to set most of the stuff down here to be melted. Actually, Eshton the Dwarf Minor Vampire has created Nud and Nud, a granite coffer, and offers it to the Firefrost. I will check that in a second, but first I'm actually just going to drop back down to the entry tunnel. And instead of pulling this one, I'm just going to pull this one. Let them in here on this side, but not the other side just yet. And you need a trapdoor on you, I think. You have to make food for your kid? You do what you gotta do, dude. Thank you very much for the raid. Apparently you're supposed to feed them every day? Who knew? It's bizarre, right? Truly bizarre. Okay, so that... not exactly the most useful location. Because I need my dwarves to be over here, basically. Actually, here, I could use this route. And the other thing I can do I mean, the best way to do ballista would be to have like 2 or 3 right here. But this is too far this way. So maybe what I could do is I could extend this a little bit. Maybe like extend this wall out to here. Or maybe just like out to here. I could do it that way. But I'm going to need a bridge walking across this. Or I'm going to need a walkway from this side, which is... both are perfectly doable. All right, let's continue. Get all this stuff hauled up. Is there a particular reason why I should make 20 rings? I don't... I'm presuming this is a reference to something I'm probably missing. It's most definitely, most likely a reference to something that I'm missing. It's It's Rings of Power for Lord of the Rings. Oh. Did they make 20? For some reason, I thought it was 12. Or am I thinking of the, like, the Nazgul? In my defense, I haven't read Lord of the Rings in decades. And I haven't watched those movies in a very long time either. It's always porn. Well, the internet is for porn, naturally. Five golden rings. See, I know that one. That's a reference I get. Is it only 3 for the elves for some reason? Okay. Yeah, no, my Lord of the Rings lore is not up to snuff, clearly. Certainly very far from being up to snuff. If anything, maybe even extremely far from being up to snuff. It's the humans that got the most, right? That all became the ring wraiths or whatevers. Nine for the humans? Yeah. Okay. Could also just open up this side as well. I think what I'm going to do, because this side is the only one that's accessible currently, is now is a very good time for me to place this. Lava or magma is still present. God damn. Okay, well, let's go to this side then. Go yoink. Because it's easier right now to queue all this stuff up while there's no access to other building materials. So I can just quick build. Oops, that one was wrong. Wrong direction. That is the big issue with building a system like this, is every time we get sieged, I'm going to have to rebuild it after the siege. Which, you know, isn't annoying in the slightest, but it is what it is. Unless I pretty severely change how it works. And one for Gandalf. The actor who played Gandalf recently did an interview where someone was asking him if he would be in the next Lord of the Rings movie, and his response literally was, "Yeah, sure, if I'm not dead." Because he's like in his like mid-late 80s. It's like kind of crazy actually how up there some of these guys are getting. Oh yeah, they're remaking the Lord of the Rings movies, if you didn't. Speaking of remakes and movies that shouldn't have been made, I learned recently that not only did they make that sequel to, like, Gladiator, but it's out. But why? I don't know. Good question. Money? Probably. Slight suspicion that that's the case. Okay, I'm starting to think these top two dwarves are just having problems for some reason, so. Let's get you in here. Let's get you in here. And let's see if we can get Quendelf in here as the leader. Bone Dolphin, sure. Anybody who isn't naked. We get these squads all training. Most of them are going to train right there. Mark stores are going to train down here. early spring, and I've got livestock that's dying of old age. Or like that sequel to The Crow that they made for some reason. Bugger as to why, but... Also digging through this on this side, which is cool. Let's block that in. Up here is also getting dug through. And apparently there is some tetrahedrite right there, which I'll go mine out. I'll get to that eventually. No, they remade The Crow. They didn't make a sequel. They remade it. It wasn't... I would say it flopped pretty much as badly as Morbius did, with the main difference of, at the very least, Morbius got memed. This didn't even get memed. Like, Morbius flopped, but it was funny that it flopped. This just flopped. I do like the soundtrack to The Crow, though. To the original one. I don't know much about the sequel, aside from that it flopped. Man, imagine just being mortified constantly that all your clothing rotted off your body. It's terrifying. Let's read this artifact. Ah, the elves have arrived to trade. This is a granite coffer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and oval andesite cabochons, and studded with silver, and decorated with pond grabber leather, and circled with bands of giant cave spider silk. And this object menaces with spikes of wood and pigtail. On the item is an image of a cubic cube in granite. On the item is an image of smooth pebbles in zircon. On the item is an image of a cotton plant in silver. I'm also going to go to this and type in choir. We're going to make choirs. Because I should have sheet. I do. 12, in fact, so that's enough for 12 choirs. Tons of stuff just getting melted down. Tons of stuff. Yeah, I remember owning the original soundtrack for the first Crow. That's my only real memory of it, was the soundtrack being pretty good. Yeah, we really need to get these dwarves some booze. How are the dwarves? The ones that aren't dead are pretty okay. The ones that are dead are, well, dead. Which is not brilliant, but hey. What can you do? These are all going to get canceled, aren't they? Because all these corpses are going to get hauled. Stray Nanny Goat's been missing for a week. Soundtracks for the... I mean, that's just like late 2000s, early 10s, like standard radio play here. So I don't know if I would say that's great, but I mean, it certainly sounds like that soundtrack was the popular music at the time. I'll put it that way. God, there's so many items like right here. What the fuck? These are all of the items that are getting moved so that they can make this. That's something. Sure. I'll accept that take. The great and compared to other movies for that demographic. Gem. I need to bring a gem bin over. Gem bin. I'm also going to go along here and place all these statues. Because they definitely took out my extra statues pretty single-handedly. Why are you inactive? Oh, I see, because the only one that's actually powered is this one, and that got depowered somehow. I'm not even sure how, but it did. Don't use papaya wood. Use tower cap. Come on. There we go. Tower cap. Also, I'm kind of like permanently against the era where Linkin Park was showing up on soundtracks all the time, because that was when they got kind of bad. It's around the time they started doing like soundtracks for Transformer movies and such, was like around the time I was like, man, I can't do this anymore. Now I'm firmly in the I can't do this anymore. Forgotten Beast Aztrog has come, a towering feathered slug. It has wings, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its lavender feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison gas. We're going to have to take a look at that in a sec. I'm just going to finish queuing these up. I wonder if that's where I need to kill it. Just go through these and unforbid them. I also saw a ghost for a second there. Nope. Just a normal dwarf who's also a vampire. Okay, so it's in the lower layer that I can't get to, so it's fine. But it is, in fact, a flying slug. Yeah, I mean, the bands that we're all talking about right now and artists that we're all talking about, for a certain demographic of people, they're the equivalent of, like, Imagine Dragons. Receiving text messages from Amazon, I think. Yes. I have some winter camping gear that I have to go grab from the mail room, but I can get that later. It's fine. All right. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods, and some more dwarves have arrived. I feel like I don't hear Nickelback getting talked about at all anymore. Maybe it's just the circles I frequent, but I used to hear, like, Nickelback on the radio all the frickin' time. And I also used to hear people talking about Nickelback all the time. Like, they used to come up a lot more. Whereas, more recently especially, like, I couldn't tell you the last time I heard Nickelback on the radio. People have finally realized that they aren't as bad as they get hate for. I mean, I'll say what I've said for years about Nickelback. If you say that you love Nickelback, I will judge you a little bit, but they're exceptionally unoffensive. Like, they are just uninteresting. Like, their biggest sin is they're just boring. The new singer for Linkin Park is a Scientologist and a rape apologist, and it really, really irks me. Like, sure, she's good at mimicking Chester, but I'd rather not listen to a band if they support that kind of behavior and are willing to work with somebody who acts like that. So, unfortunately, to me, Linkin Park died with Chester. But you do what you gotta do. brought a unicorn, which I don't really want, but I'll buy it. They also brought an anaconda and a monkey. I don't want the monkey. There we go. We'll trade that. What do I think of Helion? They're fine. I don't really listen to them, though. I've seen their music videos recommended to me a number of times on YouTube. They're okay. They got a neat aesthetic, is the main thing I can really say about them. If that's something that is, like, worth saying. Okay, so let's see. That was a pretty big migrant wave, it looks like. $21, yeah, no kidding. Planter's been found dead? Oh, Jesus. I mean, I don't know what I expected. Whoops. I should have thought of that. Oh, well. That's unfortunate. Sorry there, short task. Oh, no, Dwarf. Back up. Okay, it's fine. Just got to get that lever pulled. There you go. Okay, now it's safe. You can now go in to the oopsie daisies container. I know it was bound to happen eventually. Is it truly a minecart contraption if nobody gets run over? I just don't like Master Boot Record because I don't like that type of music. I don't like Master Boot Record is absolutely fine. I just don't care is the problem. Like, everybody recommends Master Boot Record. Like, people think that I should like Master Boot Record because I like metal, when in reality, I could care less. It's fine. It's just not my thing. But, you know, it's fun to be overly dramatic because it gets people talking. So, yes, I have been overly dramatic about Master Boot Record, but do I actually care? No, not really. It's just not my vibe. It's just not my vibe. Right, I gotta fill this well up. Although, to be completely honest with you, I don't particularly like a lot of kind of synth artists in that vein. Like, I like Mitch Murder, and that's kind of it. I don't really care for Carpenter Brute. I don't really care for like Kavinsky or really any of like that kind of retro wave scene. Same with a lot of that like electro metal stuff. To me, it's just like it's popcorn. It's like cheese. It's like it's not offensive per se. It's just not interesting. Like I like electronic music, but I want it to be more. I want it to do more than just the thing that works that everybody else is doing, which is what a lot of that stuff feels like to me. Yeah, Occam's Laser, same thing. It's like, whatever. It's fine. It's inoffensive. It's fine. It's kind of boring. It's not super interesting. It's whatever. And you know, people get very precious about musical groups that they like. Think about it this way. I'm a metalhead. I like to see a band. The reason a lot of these musical performance groups or like electronic groups, I guess, more specifically, bother me isn't that they're bad in any way, really. It's just they get referred to as metal and bands a lot of the time. Fucking stop that. And the thing that really, like, solidified that in my brain was when I saw Dance with the Dead. Because that was one of the most offensively boring performances I've ever seen. You'd love to know my thoughts on Ghosts then? They're funny. That's all I got. They're funny. Like, Dance with the Dead was an awful performance. It was just like, oh, we're going to, like, dance in front of our keyboards just like holding down sequences and then occasionally strum a guitar once or twice. Like, I really like synth music. But you gotta do something fucking interesting. You gotta have more of a pull, more of a catch. You gotta have more of a neat idea. You gotta write music that's interesting for me to care. And I think that the biggest problem is there's a lot of artists that are just doing the thing that everybody else does because it works right now. And I don't need fodder music. You know, like, I really like drum and bass. And there's a lot of interesting creative drum and bass that all sounds very different. I really like a lot of down-tempo electronic music, like Boards of Canada and stuff like that, that has unique ideas and plays with interesting, unique sounds. But if you're all just using the same fucking sample pack, just I don't care. Yeah, I need a bit of originality. Like there's definite XEIU. I'd never know how to pronounce them. It's like CC or something. Like that's a band with a lot of originality. That's a group with a lot of originality. You know, like I've seen Planter's been found dead. Right, yeah, we already did that. I need to bury you. Like I've seen Tangerine Dream live, and that was and is a incredible performance. What was your name? SORASD. Oopsies. That was an incredible performance because their music has so much variety to it. I think, like, for me, what I value in musical performance acts in the electronic scene is versatility and range. If you don't have a lot of versatility and you don't have a lot of range, I lose interest really quick. If you're actually asking me of my opinions on Rush, don't. Instead, just go look at my Bandcamp profile. Oh, not my Bandcamp, my Discogs. I'm not sure if I've updated. I own 6 Rush records. Yes, I like Rush. What did I do earlier with Burroughs to see the new migrants? I locked them in this room with the well. The well is going to turn them into vampires. If you want to know how the well works, I have a YouTube short on that. Someone could probably link it in chat. It's my most recent one. I have a question. Why is it when I talk about liking or disliking a thing, people just start naming random artists? Yes, I've seen Van Gent. Yes, he's creative. I don't listen to his music. His YouTube shorts are fun. Like, why does this all? Why is this always the way people go? It's like, I need you to validate my taste in music. But Van Gent's fine. He's not particularly remarkable, but he's funny. Van Gent is almost more of a parody of himself. In a good way. You know, fucking lasers. Or frickin' lasers, sorry. I know people that are going to go see Creed, which I think is really funny, Bonesaw. There's a few... Creed is coming to Vancouver because he's touring with Eddie Van Halen's kids' band. And I know a bunch of people are going to go see Mammoth, and then they're planning to leave before... before Creed starts. Like Doom and Black Metal. Word! I think a lot of electronic music acts end up in stadiums when they come up doing underground raves and shit, and the energy doesn't translate. Not entirely sure what that means, but okay. Like, here's another electronic music act that I have that I like. I'll just link it in chat for you. That I've enjoyed in the past. I think it's just like, I find a lot of music boring. And because I find a lot of music boring, I tend to, I think, surprise a lot of people with my takes on music. There you go. This is an electronic artist I like. Although maybe, like, if you have seizures, don't watch that music video, just listen to the song. It's just a bunch of club footage, and it's really flashy. Got more vampires. There's another one. How's that well doing? Well, it's still operational. There's another one. There's another one. There's two more. There's another one. Well, it's still operational. There's two more. One more. Yeah, another one's. Another one. It's got the two left. Well, it's still operational. Final one. There you go. Doomed. This is very efficient. Don't ask me on my opinions in Beast in Black. You won't like it. Do I care at all for adventure mode? What kind of question is that? Of course I do. What? Can't wait. Looking forward to it. I'm like one of the biggest defenders of adventure mode, at least in the internet space. Oh, it's set to auto. Okay. I have no empty food storage items, which is kind of funny. Vampire spiking it well, correct. How did I get them to drink from it so fast? I locked them in there with no other options. And also they'd been in here already for a little bit. Don't click on any livestock. A lot of livestock crash your game. Primary. The beta branch is really crashy right now. This is like the first time maybe since the beta branch came out that I'm like, maybe don't play on the beta branch. Just don't click on livestock is the simple answer. Your signal has gone to crap again. Oh no. Just want them to be able to dig themselves out. What am I making? I'm digging down to where my library is. And then I'm going to basically build around it and build kind of a lava pond. It's maybe a weird way of putting it, but like I'm going to build a lava reservoir above it, fill her up with lava, and then have a tower popping out of a thing of lava. And I'm considering maybe making it into some sort of like suicide device or like fortress encasement device. I haven't decided yet. I might make it into a suicide button and then potentially pull it with an adventurer. Release the Kraken. Thanks for the second month. Welcome back, dude. How you been? Thanks for sticking around for a second month. Appreciate you. Let's just do that. Is there any benefits to having multiple taverns in the same fort? You could have a public one and a not public one. Don't allow all dwarves in all taverns. That's about it, really. Making silver rings and silver bolts. Rith, you need to be removed from this squad because I need people who can use armor. Let's just toss a few more dwarves in there. If they get upset, we'll move them to a new career. And then right here, green glass, this. There is no way to fix the Civil War bug outside of DF Hack. That's one of the few reasons I have DF Hack installed. That faction is just bricked if you encounter that bug. But I don't know why it would be reoccurring. If it's reoccurring, your like rep with your own faction must be exceptionally low. I don't think I've ever actually had it like reoccurring. What is Civil War? It's when you're at war with your own faction. And also one of the only decent Marvel movies. But yeah, it's when you're at war with your own faction, which is eventually going to be an intended feature of the video game, but currently is not, even though it happens. So I guess what I could do here, actually, let's just dig this whole thing out. Kind of don't like the way this looks, though. Yeah, we'll just have to do that. Then it reappears, and you'll just make a new world. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what would cause it to be recurring, because I personally have never had one that's recurring like that. That sucks. Let's just do copper, ballista, arrowhead. Let's just make 250 of them. Then I'll start making copper ballista ammo. And also I should do gabbro all the way along here. Usually the thing that causes the civil wars to start in Dwarfort is attacking your own civ, either intentionally or accidentally. Raiding your own fortresses or raiding your own faction's abandoned fortresses can sometimes cause it to happen too. It's kind of crappy that it bricks your fort, but it is what it is. Someone in YouTube chat says they saw a herd of giant hamsters. That's amazing. True fact about hamsters. Did you know that they can consume more alcohol than any other living mammal or rodent can, just as a size to, like, body size ratio? Based on their body weight, they can consume more alcohol than any other living creature, rodent, or mammal. It's triggered by your faction sending an army to an enemy site, which is taken over by your faction before the army arrives, so they attack themselves. You're not doing... I mean, like, I've started them before when I do that, but I've never had it happen just organically without any of my control. That sucks. Yeah, as long as it's unflavored vodka, they'll be fine. The other one that I like is they can consume just Everclear instead of water. Everclear I think is funnier personally, but what gave his hamster Everclear? Oh, just they drank a water bottle full of vodka. Got it. Okay. Didn't give their hamster vodka. They gave themselves vodka. Well, sounds like you had a interesting roommate. Also, the Living Mechanisms is a really good name. I don't like the Infinite Rims. We can do better. The Clear Artifacts. The Bloody Artifacts. There we go. No, I don't enjoy Aurora 4X, and I have no interest in playing it again. That's like saying you enjoyed, like... You enjoy Baldur's Gate and... I don't know. I was going to say Baldur's Gate and then some other game and then say you might enjoy RimWorld, like, or and then say you might enjoy, like, Crusader Kings. Like, no. You know, something that you need to know about me is just because I play insane, crazy games for insane people made by single developers doesn't mean I'm going to like every single insane game made by a crazy developer for insane people. I also don't generally like hyper crazy, absurd, in-depth 4X games. I like a 4X every now and again. Like I like some Civ from time to time, but I'm not really what I would describe as a 4X enthusiast by any stretch. Complex simulation games, cool. Like totally, but like I think the thing that I really wish more people would realize, especially when trying to recommend games to me, is you need to remember that playing a game like Dwarf Fortress takes thousands of hours. Really. To like properly master everything. Caves of Cud, hundreds maybe. There's only so many hours in my life. And the reality is, and this is actually why I've like just accepted that I'll never really get good at something like CDDA, is I've put that time into Dwarf Fort. I've picked my game, really. And, you know, if you want CDDA content, go watch Vormithrax. Don't watch me. You know, like, if you want something like Aurora 4X, go bug somebody who plays 4X games. Because you'll have more luck with that than me. Like, I think there's two types of people, really. There's people that are interested and enjoy just sitting down and playing a lot of very complicated games a little bit. I play a few very complicated games a fuck ton. If that makes any sense. So, I don't know. Personally, I just wish people would stop asking me about CDDA. But, like I discussed the other day, this is a tomb I've made for myself. Ballista parts. Maybe not 3. Let's do 6, maybe? Yeah, let's do 9. Would you be willing to make a video going over this fortress, what you're doing with it, and your defenses and cool things? Look at my YouTube channel. And that's all I'll say. Would I be willing to? When I get to it. I make big videos on fortresses in recap format, but the last one I did was back in October. Since October, I've done 4 fortresses. There was 3 before that one as well. That could also all be recapped. One of those videos takes me 60 plus hours to edit, usually. It's somewhere between like 40 and 65 hours to edit. And so I'll get to it when I get to it because I'm only one person. If I could clone myself, then maybe I'd get to it sooner. Let's do granite. That and also the last 3 I've made didn't even break even for the amount of hours I put in. Ghost Candy was particularly egregious, which is a damn shame. So I just kind of have to accept that they're not going to make money, which means I need to be careful about when I make them. You want to know what games I've played, Eurosmic viewers, in the last few years? Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, and a couple other roguelikes. I have no interest in Baldur's Gate. Like, none. Quite literally none. What's my favorite roguelike? The last one I played? Probably Brogue. Last one I played was my joke response. I mean, we don't need to, like, shit on people's yum here. People are allowed to like things, like Baldur's Gate. Got nothing against that. I just don't have any interest in Baldur's Gate. Snatchers, really? Gorbelins are sending in the Snatcherins. That's gonna end well for them. I mean, it's a very good game for a certain type of person, right? I'm not much of a CRPG player. Outside of, like, the more adventure gamey kind of things. But as for, like, you know, your hardcore classic computer RPGs, not really for me. Is that some sort of war crocodile? It's a giant crocodile, but or a giant alligator, I think. I think. Giant alligator, yeah. But it's not war trainable, so it's just there. But when it decides to bite something, it wins usually, so I'm keeping it with my war animals. It evaporates water and some other liquids as well, but it doesn't increase pressure, no. The game doesn't have, like, doesn't process steam in that way. Unfortunately, I mean, that would be neat if it did. Maybe one day it will. No, they would be scalding hot. They wouldn't be cool. Come on. Let's be real. You need to be connected to that lever. Is it this one? Yes. Grr. Do I have any ghosts flapping around? Okay, hold on a second. There's just a goblin thief stuck in a hole. Buddy, how long have you been there? Also, he's a worshiper of the greatest faith. Man, that's the religion of a certain American president, I bet. That's fucking funny. I know it's my stream, but I gotta see myself out with a scalding joke. Okay, fine. Chat.
Sandwich!
All right. I'm back. I saw myself out and then I returned. I literally saw myself out too. I walked out to the lobby to go grab my Amazon package. All right, let's get them all training again. 2 caravans have arrived. 2 human caravans have arrived. Ghost has risen and has taken over the fortress. Domas. Glad you could help. Not in the slightest. I've never once been high on stream. Ashpipe. I take my job seriously. The last thing you want is a sleepy stoned streamer. You get social anxiety? I don't, I just get sleepy. Like, if you ever tune into my streams when I've been live for like 13, 14 hours and I'm like, I have a hard time forming sentences because like, or I keep forgetting what I'm talking about, that's basically what I get. So it doesn't, it's like, it's not a positive thing. Like, sure, maybe some people think they're more entertaining, but if you have to, you know, take drugs of any sort, casual or otherwise, outside of things prescribed by a doctor in order to be entertaining, I think you've got bigger problems. All right. Anyways. I mean, if I could clone myself to edit videos, if it was like a spontaneous sudden adult, I wouldn't feed them. I would just let them die of starvation and then just reclone myself every couple of days. That's like the actual way to do that. Come on. Right, let's start bringing stuff over. Another artifact just started. This is an armor. Ooh. I mean, I like weed humor. Like, there's plenty of very entertaining, like, stoner-themed, like, comedy people. You know, like Seth Rogen comes to mind. But, when Seth Rogen is, like, pretending to be high in a movie, he's pretending to be high in a movie. Let's see what this dwarf's got. Really curious about what they can come up with from armor smithing. And after this trading is done, I think I'm just going to lock these dwarves in the tavern for a little bit. I think it's time for a bunch of these dwarves to get some alcohol because it's been too long. They're starting to crave it. What if Snoop Dogg was pretending to be high this whole time? Then I'd wonder what he was actually smoking and why it smelled like weed. Although I will say one of the greatest things I've ever seen in video games was when Snoop Dogg was at E3 and playing Battlefield while smoking a blunt on the show floor. Single-handedly and genuinely one of the greatest sequences in video game history. Dwarf Miner's been missing for a week. Uh-oh. What just went running past my screen up top? Oh, it was a boulder. It's fine. Only one more item to bring. And we'll trade with the top one. What do they have that I want? I want that wood. Do they have any books? Books and sheet. And this. It's too heavy. Let's see what they have that's heavy. Buy that copper cage. Now they don't have enough profit. Now it's too heavy. Good lord. Man, I miss my old trader who used to be good at this. Buy these barrels. I don't want to think about it too hard because it's not a reality, Danny Scar, but you can think about it as hard as you like. Bullshit hypotheticals are not stuff that I generally like to dwell upon. Unless it's a more interesting topic that I find interesting, and that's not one that I find interesting. Alright, I got a magma forge that's been claimed, and it's this one. You need skeletons, you've got silver bars, amethysts, and smoky quartz. You probably just need a butchered animal. Man, I wish I had some interesting animals I could butcher. Instead, I'll just butcher some llamas. Also, let's do copper barrels. Let's do 100 of them. There's a dwarf that was tantruming right there for a second. Guess you just finished tantruming. Turns out, the way I have this set up, trading is really, really, really good for moods. Same with hauling items. It's actually really helpful. All right, what do you have? Oh shit, you've got some Kunzite cabochons. Look at that. Just buy their books. Oh, okay, I'm not going to buy their books because I need to send more stuff to trade. Ring! Rings. It's a big dog nail ring. Let's just bring that armor bin up. Anyways, let's change the subject, chat. What have you been up to, Hashpipe? I confuse your name with Erman because it's the same color and almost the same length, and you both have turbo badges. You two look very similar at a glance for me. Dwarf is singing. Let's also check in on my ammo loading. What are you trying to grab? I'm not entirely sure why they're unable to pick up. Their quivers. It's a bit of a pain, actually. Let's double check this. It's all just iron gear. Okay. Mark all. It's way too fucking heavy, but at least I have money now to trade for. Parsnip wine, quinoa beer, barley wine, parsnip, bumblebee, venom. Don't need that. Still need to clear some more weight, so I'll buy those because that's a bunch of weight. Do you have any rocks? You do, in fact. And there we go. You know, it's kind of funny. Chat convinces me to stand up and leave and come back. And I entertain the concept. Sometimes when that happens, chat thinks it's funny. And we get a bunch of laughs. Today I got up and left and I came back. And it's silent. Like, okay, well, I guess chat got up and left too. Well, that's a shame. Suppose I deserve it. Suppose I deserve it. Bakapire. What kind of Bakapire do you want? Do you want a dwarf with a beard? Without a beard? Mayhaps I should just take the rest of the day off. I don't know. Guess I don't need to trade anymore. Let's just get these dwarves locked in here. Best looking ones. All right. Happiest unnamed dwarf it is. Your dwarfs get upset if you make bad trades. Trading does not affect moods in the slightest. In any way, shape, or form. The only mood it affects is the dwarf who did the trade, and they get happy because they improved their trading skill. Bakapire is gripped by crippling shyness, is grounded in reality, and is inattentive to detail in his own work. Actually, hold on. I should probably finish the strange mood before I do this. Gripped by crippling shyness, prone to strong feelings of lust, grounded in reality, and he is inattentive to detail in his own work. He dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them. What is the fire symbols on some items? It indicates that they're designated to be melted. Just wanted to stop in since I was live. You enjoyed my cult video? Yay, one of the few people who watched it recently. This fort's kind of similar to that one in its design. Where was I? He will try to avoid being bound by them, though he values the concept of loyalty. He's troubled by this, by his natural tendencies, and he can handle stress. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Some migrants have arrived. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is quick to form negative views about things. He often feels envious of others and experiences strong cravings. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Forgotten beast named Issa has come, a giant blob composed of ash. Has a spiral shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison sting. I'll pause that for a sec. He takes offered gifts and help without feeling particularly grateful. He exhales sharply when he's angry, and he bites his nails when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't even remember the last time he had some. He personally finds those who would attempt to conceal their emotions vain and offensive. That orange is getting hard to look at. Finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values nature. Doesn't feel strongly about the law. He likes native silver and pig iron and gold opal and harp seal tooth. The color violet, gems and breastplates and bracelets, and the words of the Saturnine tress, and the sight of the mirth of lathering of impossible prefers consume giant grizzly bear and herring and blackberry wine and horse's milk and finger mullet flour and longland grass seeds and hates rats. He has one friend and is not, he's a member of the Crafts Dwarfs Guild. So, welcome to the fort. Professional clothier. Sure, if I make it. You need to remember the same thing that I've said about all of those videos and we'll say again. And we'll probably have to say it again and again and again. Those videos take me 60 odd hours to edit. Reasonably, if I don't want to get burnt out, I can do one every month and a half. I'm currently about 4 forts behind. And I have other projects I need to get done between now and then, including something for adventure mode at some point. So realistically, maybe by August. It's like, would you like it? Absolutely. Will I do it? Maybe, if nothing else more interesting happens between now and then. And will I? Sure, I'd like to. Do I have time? I don't know. We'll see. I'm only one person. So this is going to be a armor-based artifact, and it's going to be quartzite blocks, llama wool cloth, emerald cut citrines, llama bone, hornblende blocks, smoky quartz, amethysts, and silver. Some form of silver armor. That'll be interesting to look at. And here comes the migrants. Seems to be quite a big migrant wave again. Nine dwarves, looks like. The granite denomination has many worshippers in Winterthrone and requires a temple complex and a priest. Why don't we put one right? Well, actually, hold on. Temple complex. Creative Treasuries. The Diamond Communion. Needs to grant its denomination. Where was that temple? Unless I missed one. Granite denomination. Oh, there it is. It is the middle one. Oh. How valuable are you? Not that valuable. Throw some fancy chests in here. Throw some gem-encrusted Gabbro and yeah, they're all Gabbro tables in here. See if I can do some gem-encrusted thrones. Oh, we'll just do copper thrones then. That'll get us ahead. How about some statues? Got 2 of those. No bookcases are built. Do I have any offering places? Nope. What else do I have? Do I have any instruments? Ooh, I do. Yeah, we were at 55 for a minute. You just misread the Hall of Satin as Hail Satan. Word. Maybe it's the upside down crosses. It's imprinting subliminal messaging in your head. Like, I don't know much, but do these migrants just get instantly eaten? So actually, to like reiterate on something from earlier, am I going to make a highlight video explaining everything that's going on in this fort? No, but if you have questions about what the fuck's going on in this fort, please ask. Because I'm not going to just automatically explain everything that happens as it happens, right? Did you not get a slab or a coffin? That's crazy. No, they don't get automatically eaten. They get put into this room, and then they drink out of this well. This well is infected with vampire blood. So they get locked in a room with a well until they need to drink, and then they drink the vampire blood from the well, and the vampire blood makes them into vampires. So are they being immediately eaten? No. No, they are not. Godin, the dwarf armor of the vampire, has created Rekir Nukut, a silver chain leggings, and offers it to the Firefrost. I think that's going to be the armor of this dwarf. Rather, not any leggings. Specific pants. There they are. Go get your specific pants. So yeah, no, I'm not just immediately killing these dwarves with the vampires. They are getting more of a chance than that. Not a ton of a chance, but they have to enter into the fortress without how do I word this? They have to enter into the fortress without getting completely consumed immediately. Could put weapon traps in there, but Do I have cabinets? Nothing worth using. Could also plop a display in there. Don't have any. What? Really? Rock pedestal. Somehow I managed to not have all of these walls engraved, so let's engrave the ones that aren't engraved. Trying, my Gookit. Some high-level highlights. I don't really know what you would define as high level, necessarily. I mean, most of what I've been staring at, like the minecarts from earlier. I mean, we could use that here on Earth, Mega Kit. Although we're Currently rocketing towards it anyway. So maybe I don't know if we need the help. Wow, I got a millstone that I didn't know about. The necromancer migrates to your fort, will they survive? Yep. They are immortal and they don't need to eat or drink. But they will drink if they are locked in a tavern. And there's a tavern keeper. They're a perfectly normal dwarf that just doesn't need a bed. Except sometimes they will resurrect the dead when they feel threatened. So try to not threaten them or put them in situations where they would feel threatened, or they may or may not, you know, cause a bunch of zombies to start running around suddenly, which can be a bit startling if you're not expecting it. Well, at least somebody's practicing being a Marksdwarf. What's the value of this one? 7,000. Speaking of vampires, how's my new vampire crew doing? Oh, not great. Come on. Up to it. Let's lock this. And lock this. So just in case somebody falls asleep. Okay, well, at least one of them's a vampire. But the second they get thirsty and go drink from this well, they'll become vampires. Although this kid vampire is just hanging out. So we'll just keep an eye. Because they'll drink before they fall asleep, so when they first arrive in the fortress, which turns out to be a very helpful little tidbit, I suppose. War dog's killing a chinchilla. That'll probably help. Kid Vampire? Not to be confused with Kid Chameleon or Kid Icarus. It's been a while since I've seen a video game release that just has the word kid as the start of the title. Actually, speaking of things. Okay, all this is powered. Construction got suspended down there. Actually, I probably got quite a few construction suspended. Go through and unsuspend all that. How's the value of you? 7,000. Let's confirm this. Kid Chameleon lives forever in your brain? Probably. Yeah, same. I played it in a Linux, or not Linux, a Sega Power Pack. I think it was called something like that. Sega something pack, Turbo Pack, PC something pack. It's just a bunch of emulated Sega games. It was fine. I beat the first Sonic and second Sonic like that. Also had Comic Zone, which I didn't like. Kid Chameleon was all right. I used to confuse it with Kid Icarus a lot when I was younger, which kind of makes no sense, but I did. Also, most of these are vampires now, so I can remove them from their hole where they are currently locked. They're now welcome to join the rest of the fort. I should go down to here. I should place this. And this. Do I have any more? Yes, I do. Jesus Christ. I don't think so, Stormwolf. Oh, no, you are. Oh. Huh. Happy that. Also, you're very happy. Which is surprising. Congratulations, you're not dead. Here, you can follow your dwarf around. I'll be back in a moment. Your pupper's being an adorable baby because she's lying by the front door like she's been abandoned and unloved. They do that if you don't pet them for a very brief period of time. All right, are all of these constructed? Just waiting on that last one. We need this. Okay, sweet. I can now recognize a high priest. So a devilish potato is now the first iron. We now know the origins of the first iron. And I'm going to make Transplanter Sage into my Sacred Avalanche. And I'm now going to add everybody to this burrow, because I think that's... Yes, you're definitely a vampire now. We're going to enable this. It is tavern time. Devilish is the first anvil, yeah. Kid Chameleon was your favorite Sega game? You were obsessed with it? I think when I was younger, probably Comic Zone was actually my favorite Sega game, just because I really liked the aesthetic of it. It's one of those weird video games that randomly got selected to be a movie that will never be made into a movie. That happened kind of recently. I love the fact that the insane dwarves in this fort don't die. It's just like, it's kind of funny. Got another ghost. Whenever there's a ghost, I'm just going to disable this burrow and memorialize it. Because I need to get rid of these ghosts as soon as they appear. But then we'll just kind of feather them back and forth between chilling in the tavern and actually, you know, doing dwarf things. Right now I just need to get this done. There you go. Mortified the penguin here. Ability to grasp is somewhat impaired, but hey. Investments are open if you care. Yeah, you have to redeem the channel points redemption. Carolina Cowboy is what you got to do. Just like Baka Glass did 18 minutes ago. But yeah, chat, is there a way that I could communicate a video schedule to you guys that you guys would be able to see easily? Because there's two things that, like, I'm really thinking about right now, like, in regards to things that I need to / could do better. The first one is just, okay, how in the world does a moron like me actually share his save files consistently and make them easy to find? I've got a few ideas, but that's a work in progress. And then the other thing is just, how do I explain to people that, yeah, these new videos are cool. Oh, they're also not that new anymore. I've been doing them now, I guess, for 5 months. But how do I make a schedule that people will understand? A fun GUI enchantment that would have that would be little. Oh, enhance. Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, they kind of do have those little text bubbles that indicate that they're telling stories and such. Same with the moods. But I think you'd probably want it to look like the RimWorld one, and I don't think it would. I think that might be a mod, though. No. Google Drive folders don't work. But anyway, I'm not looking for suggestions. I know what I need to do, but Google Drive is what I did. Doesn't work. That's cute. Stormwolf. Hey, chat. They're playing the dancing song. You should post a dancing emote. I'll tell you this. It's not a problem of charging people for them. If you want to give me money, give me money. I'm not going to sell you my save files. That's fucking stupid. If you want to support the channel, support the channel. I'm not going to hold features hostage. Not really, Thorn. Disagree. I know what I need to do, and I have an idea. I'm sorry I mentioned it. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I don't want suggestions, because I know what I need to do. But the thing that I do kind of want suggestions on is how can I explain to you folks that videos for fortresses are not going to come out constantly? I'm not going to be able to do every fortress. And also, I would like to do every fortress, but that's just not... Okay, Carolina Cowboy, I'm going to bop that. Because you clearly don't have ears that work. I don't want suggestions. Thanks. Fucking stop. Anyway. Let's see how many more of these I need to make before I'm caught up. Yikes. Even more. Even more. And even more. And don't support Mega Upload. Christ's sake. Okay, let's put the dwarves back into the tavern. Appears that streamers suggestively? Yeah. Sure. If you, yeah, goblets are cups. Cups are goblets. The game considers them to be the same thing. It's more of a material, so if you only allow rock goblets in the materials section, then all you will get is, then all you'll end up with is rock goblets, basically. But if you allow only metal goblets, then you'll only get the metal ones instead of the cups, because only cups are made of rock. But no, it's mugs that are made of rock, cups are made of wood, goblets are made of metal and glass. Yeah, there you go. No, I get you, El Hero. Yeah, and you do have the extras channel. It's about the best middle ground I can do. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that really kind of irks me right now, Stormwolf, is I need them to do better, view-wise. So they'll be less frequent, and I will cover less forts if they don't do better. Because realistically, the only thing that's really burnt me out last year was those videos. Because every single time I put one out, I basically have to take a day off streaming or 2 days off streaming sometimes more, to get them actually done. Yeah, gems can also be mugs. But gem mug... Wait. Can you actually queue up gem mugs? I know they're made out of... I know that they can be made out of large gems, but... Anyway. It's 50 to 60 hours usually. It's usually like 100 hours of footage, Thorn. Like this fortress right now might... Like if it ends up being one, there will be a lot of time skips. Because I'm already over 100 hours into this fort. No, that's what I thought. Not outside of modding anyway. Because like if I go to work orders, I don't think you can just like queue up gem crafts, can you? Like, if I just type in mug, yeah, it's just rock mugs. And then cup is wooden cup, and then goblet is metal. I'm sorry, what? Primordial Cloud Stuff Amulet? Hold on. Huh. I've definitely had artifact mugs before, made of nothing but a gem. I've had barrels made out of a gem before, and that's not using mods. Artifacts does not equal stuff that you can queue up. Those are pretty different outcomes. I've got a lot of dwarves that need to drink alcohol, so how many dwarves are serving alcohol? I need more tavern keepers. And possibly some performers as well. Actually, another thing I need to check is how many mugs do I have? Oh, I only have 10. Okay, let's do copper goblets. And let's just do 80. Oh, I know. Oh, I know, Celestine. The extras are trade goods. I mean, if every fort were to become a big video, the way my streams would go is I would stream for 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'd vanish for a week and a half. Which, frankly, not to be mean to you guys, but the YouTube channel doesn't make enough money for that to be possible. Like, it really, really, really doesn't. Okay, we've got dwarves serving wine. Which is what you need to see. Get out there and serve some booze there, Dwarf. Or homeless and couch surfing. Best you can do to support your work is by liking the vids. Dude, that's all that I ask. That's all that you need to do. Do not worry about me. I will be okay. I will be fine and do not directly need your support. Unless you can afford to do it. Like a lot, like, you know, the good way to make money is making a matter of life and death. Streams will vanish in 2 weeks if I don't make this goal right now. But I'm not that kind of person. I will still be here. How are my spineless dwarves? Doing the worm probably. Oh, I was gonna go grab one, but I can't. No, it's got nothing to do with that, Carolina Cowboy. It's got nothing to do with a quarter of my subscriber base suddenly becoming YouTube Premium members. Unless, if I make a video that takes me 60 hours, okay, and it doesn't get 100,000 views, it didn't make it half of its money back. Or it didn't make its money back. For the amount of time I have to put into it. The Caves of Cud one might get there. But we'll see. Like, legitimately, any of those videos in order to make... with the exception of maybe the adventure mode one, because that one only took me about 15 hours to make because it was much shorter. Most of those videos, unless they get 100,000 views, then it wasn't worth the time. Let me show you something. Here's the thing. Watch time directly increases when you have a lot of views. This video right here. 11,800 hours watch time. This video made 300 bucks. It's not actually that much because I have to pay taxes on it. So that made 200 bucks. Also, that's Canadian, so if you think in American dollars, subtract 40%. Right? If I go to the Caves of Cud video, this video has 12,000 hours of watch time. Made 300 bucks, $330. Once again, subtract 30%. If I go to I started a cult and here I went. This one made its money back. 57,000 hours of watch time. More views equals more watch time. Yes, you need watch time. But if one person just watches a video on repeat, there's only so much that's going to do. You need quantity of views. And what you really need is you need this. This is new people seeing a video, right? So you see how here, every hour, there's a few new people seeing the video. This video has had some bumps over the months, but really, it's fallen off pretty heavily on how many new people are seeing the video. If I go to I let ghosts destroy my fortress, and I go to audience, this one had very few new people see the video, and it dropped off almost instantly. If I go to this one, and I go to audience, as you can see, this one had a lot of new people see the video. That's what you want. You want to have a lot of new people seeing the video. That's what makes these videos worth making. When they get put into the algorithm and new people see it, it's worth making. Otherwise, if your channel isn't growing off of it and you're not making your money back, everybody loses. If 10 people watch a video 100,000 times, cool, that's great. I get all of your $4 worth of your YouTube Premium if you happen to have YouTube Premium. But there's a lot more to it than that. A lot more to it than that. You need everything. But pro tip, if you think you're not well informed on something, don't speak like you're informed on something. Just a word of advice, I guess. But in regards to my spineless dwarf, where is Spineless himself? Oh, Spineless passed away, rip. This is one of them, I think. Yep, cannot breathe. I mean, some of them are certainly doing better than others. Most of them are naked at this point. Like, Stillentis is one of them. Cannot breathe, cannot walk, needs to drink alcohol. It's really just a shame. It's mostly just sad when it comes to the dwarves without spines. Like Darius as well, it looks like. Also has lost his ability to stand, although this one, he just kind of seems like he's gone nuts. So, you know, just running around, insane, distracted, not listening to anybody. And also, Prospulusis, thank you. It's because people search for numbers, my good kid. It's a search term thing. When you were doing that was the name of it? Angry Forest? Yeah, that was a fun fort. That was a fun one. Although Angry Forest I don't think was the ramps only. I thought that Angry Forest was the no digging fort, wasn't it? Because that was the one that I built in the trees, which is why it was called Anger Forest. But I did those two like at the same time though. Oh shit, we got a marriage. Rith, Uzol, Zast, and Tunelemul Lindor have gotten married. Congratulations to the happy couple. That's a reason to celebrate if I ever saw one. Look at those cuties. It was a ballpark estimate. I mean, yeah, that's approximately. I mean, you certainly got the name of the fort right. I couldn't remember the name of the fort until you mentioned it anyway. Whatever that's worth. A caravan from the mountain home has arrived. I will let them wander in. I don't understand the question. Is it possible for them to have a baby bat? What do you mean? Like, I mean, giant bats have babies in Dwarf forts, so you could have those. I don't think you can get baby variants of vermin, which is what normal bats are. So outside of giant bats, I don't know. It's disappointing that they don't do better. I don't know if it's disappointing. I think it might also just be unrealistic expectations from my perspective, Ominous, in YouTube chat. Like the thing that... I think the issue that I'm bumping into here is the first one I did was a fuck ton of work, right? It was also a learning curve and also learning a new piece of software, which was me... setting up to make the Godly Tombs video, which is the I played the worst map in Dwarf Fortress video. And then that video did horrible. Well, not horrible. It did very whelmingly the first week it was out. And then it took off and skyrocketed after that point, right? And did really well and is now my most viewed video ever. The second one didn't do as well, but still did really well and did incredibly well in the first 24 hours. Like the cult video, that thing got almost 50,000 views in a day and a half. So that video did extremely well. Then the third one I put out, which was Cog's video, the 10 years video, did okay out the gate. It did better than the first video, but nowhere near as well as the cult video. But it's had a much longer tail, so it's just slowly picked up pace and slowed off and picked up pace and slowed off. And so that video is getting searched for and picked up by the algorithm a couple of times. Not as heavily as the first one and not as little as the following ones, but it's done pretty damn well for what it is. Everything since then has not been picked up by the algorithm at all. So... is it a shame that they're not doing well? I don't know if they're necessarily not doing well. I might just have unrealistic expectations. Like being direct, like that, it might just be that. But I don't necessarily know. It's like I had one do really well, a second one do good, like very good off the back of that, but did it do good because it was the follow-up to a video that did really well, or did it do good because those videos are going to do good? So at this point, like, it's hard for me to determine whether or not a video is doing poorly or if this is just how well they're going to do from now on. It's hard to say. Your dwarves just stopped mining, it breaks your heart, as if they refused to use picks. Tried the usual stuff like checking jobs and stuff. Check job cancellations. I'm presuming they can make it to that. Are they in combat? Click on a dwarf. Does it say that they're vengeful while in existing combat? Are they seeing something that's scary? Are they all refusing to mine? Or are they trying to plant seeds because you ran out of seeds? So yeah, I don't know. You imagine the title video as a lot. You know, it's funny because like that, like the cult video did really well out the gate, Stormwolf, because it came out 3 weeks after the first one I did, because I killed myself to get it edited. I basically didn't sleep for a month. But like outside of that initial 2 days when I released it, that video's had horrible click-through rates and basically by all counts. So yeah, sure, titles definitely got a lot to do with it, but that, like, just based off of title, that video didn't do that well in that regard. I think it did. I think that video would have performed about as well as the others have, had it released now. That, and then there's also the general frustration with YouTube where YouTube just pays like fucking garbage in January, February, March. And also pays like garbage again in the summer. Like YouTube just pays like garbage whenever there's no ad revenue, and right now there's no ad revenue, so YouTube pays like garbage, and that's just demoralizing and demotivating because like, hey, cool, do the same amount of work and also make a third of the money. So I don't know. I mean, I might also just be oversaturating a market for that type of video, right? Like, and now there's a few other people, like it's myself, Von Galactic, and a couple other people that are making videos that are similar-ish to that. So it is possible that we've just saturated the market and there's less interest. You know, there's also what, like Hazor and what's his name? Hazor and Just Don't Die. Still trying to get these dwarves liquored up. I need to be able to click on a dwarf and not see needs alcohol to get through the working day. Or not see needs to drink alcohol like that. I'm trying to clear that. I don't have money woes. I have time to value woes. Like, I'm not broke by any stretch. Like, I'm doing just fine financially. The woe here is I'm trying to grow a YouTube channel. V tier is, if it's the one I'm thinking of, is bad and you shouldn't watch him. Anybody who doesn't do any voice work in their own videos and just uses AI voices, I can't respect that shit. That sucks. I really, really, really dislike those videos. So no, please don't compare me with somebody who uses AI to build their videos. That's how you become like YouTube tracks that, Retro Sauron, and that's a really bad thing to do. Found me through my like Doomsday Device shorts. Yay. I'm glad you found me through that short, but yay. That's all I have to say. No, not really. Also, neither of those became movies. Or rather, Baldur's Gate did well, but that was because it was a fun fort and everybody was tired of watching Baldur's Gate, like just as a fort to stream. But like that was before I was making videos out of forts, right? So that's kind of those are kind of a different thing. But in that regard, whereas like, what's it called? Starfield didn't do well at all. At least the VODs didn't. So I don't know what you're asking here. Like, are you asking did the VODs do well? Because the VODs for Starfield did kind of blur. The VODs for Baldur's Gate did fine because of the pun, but like all my VODs do fine. How well the VODs do on the VODs channel is irrelevant. Like, that's just It's a side hustle for a reason. Crumpet sounds good, yes. Thank you, my Gook Hit. That means a lot.
Thanks for the stream.
I'm gonna roll my eyes at you every time you ask for my saves again. Carolina Cowboy, go make your own. Thanks for the Prime sub, Mass. So please stop constantly bringing up that you want the save file. I get it. That's it. It's all 170 of them. So Chuck sees your best bet with this is to go onto my Discord and go to the DF help room and start posting screenshots and ask for help. Because through text, it's very difficult for me to diagnose what's wrong with your fort. But I guarantee you it's fixable. Fixable. But thanks for the whole year of primes, Mass. Forgotten Beast, Sakarith, Therith has come. A great feathered nematode. It has wings, and it belches and croaks. Its green feathers are long and broad. Beware its webs. That's not too scary because I have Mark's Dwarves. Go get ammo dwarves. Should probably unpause. Bone Dolphin shouldn't be in this squad. You can't pick things up. It was in the lower cavern layer, and also it got killed quite some time ago by another Forgotten Beast. I've never actually gone down to the third cavern layer. I can only see it because I reclaimed this fort, and because of how I reclaimed this fort. Narc, I'm just going to remove you from the burrow. Okay, so what was the name of this beast? Sakrith. Okay, well, it's flying over towards my dwarves. All right, wish these dwarves luck. Here's hoping the Mark's dwarves' aim is true. Okay, so it is now fighting with my webbed dwarves. And the Mark's dwarf back here should be firing bolts. It hasn't yet. Because it doesn't have any poison. Shouldn't be that... Wait, what? I was going to say, is it dead already? No, it's not. It just went down into here. Well, that's not good. Okay, cool. And here I was hoping that my Mark's dwarf would be able to kill it quicker than he did. So we lost a couple of squaddies again. How unfortunate. Thankfully, I only used 2 squads. Lost the entirety of the melee squad and several of the Mark's dwarves, but had to happen. It wasn't meant to be. Rest in peace, dwarves. We'll see when we see a Storm Wolf. Let's get these dwarves buried. Or can it break the door and come in? It depends on the Forgotten Beast. Some of them can break doors, some of them can't, most of them can't. What is happening? A Forgotten Beast attacked us and a bunch of my dwarves died. Chat room. I've only been streaming for 6 hours. But I think I'm going to call it for the day. I'm not in a good headspace. It's got nothing to do with the deaths there. I shouldn't be streaming right now. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you guys down now. I will see you guys on Tuesday, most likely. Tuesday at the latest. Possibly before. Most likely Tuesday. Twitch chat, you guys can say goodnight, YouTube, if you like. Aside from that, just waiting for the game to save. If you want to stick around and help us raid somebody, that'd be lovely. Probably go say hi to Unchowder. I think she's still on. Or they're still on, rather. But, night-night, YouTubes.